Good morning, Decoy. I hope you're doing well. And to everybody else, I hope everybody is having a wonderful day, evening, or dare I say, mid-morning. Going to turn off the timer even though we were at 1 second and roll into the game. We make the hardest decision of our life here, and I could choose to reap terrible suffering upon myself for the amusement of no one, but I will be a coward and play like that. We'll play on third person because I, in testing, realized exactly why I thought Ethan was James.
Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work. But the forest greeted them with a dark, cold silence, the bushes empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees. Mother's worried cries faded fast as the girl ran on, over vine and under branch, and into the forest deep. Feeling strange eyes upon her, the girl recalled Mother's scary bedtime tales, and her throat became bone dry. Then the Bat Lord appeared. He greeted her warmly and bit his own wing. "Come, child, quench your thirst," he said. So she drank the thick, dark blood and smiled with joy. Passing through the graveyard, menacing storm clouds loomed, and the air turned bitingly cold. The girl was shivering in her thin clothes. Then a dark weaver appeared, and with a click of his fingers crafted mist into a beautiful dress. "Come, child, warm yourself," he coaxed. So she clothed herself and smiled with joy. Across waters deep and ominous she went, hoping a boat she found would carry her home. But hunger's grip tightened and her heart grew heavy. Then the Fish King appeared and offered one of his many fins. "Come, child, eat your fill." So the girl ate and smiled with joy once more. Continuing on, she soon entered the forest's dark heart. Then an iron steed appeared, bearing a beautiful golden gear. The creature said nothing as the girl approached and snatched what she thought was another gift. The horse grew angry and summoned the other monsters. Terror filled the girl's heart as the wild wind rose around the beasts. Suddenly, a witch appeared, dark yet regal. "Gifts we gave, but more you took," she snarled. "So more in turn is due."
Oh, please tell me this isn't chunky on the
The
stream.
girl was trapped inside.
The preview looks horrific.
There. She's asleep.
What is with the creepy story? She's only 6 months old.
Well, maybe this story seems traditional.
Yeah. Alright. Crap. So, we'll have to skip that deep lore here. So, I in theory have the power to run this. What if I try doing it just at 1080? That should be fine, right? Yes. And good morning, Lizard. How are you doing this day?
Did you say something?
Nothing. I'll put her down.
Alright, so it was I've been streaming off and on for... Oh god, how many years now? Damn near a decade, and during that entire time, I have not figured out bitrate science. The preview seems to be working now, so I'm very, very excited here. Yeah, and slideshow is appropriate. I don't think it was blowing up during the slideshow, from what I can tell, but I was engrossed in the story, actually. Given the fact that I completely forgot that it was a part of the game. for those of you who are unfamiliar with the story of the game, I won't go into it, but I will say it's somewhat self-filating from certain characters. But we'll get to that when we get to that, if I remember to comment that again. But yeah, this is Resident Evil 8. It is...
Got you another new book?
Okay, I think that one's pretty important, learning how to frickin' read, Ethan. But this one I remember being oodles and oodles better than RE7. I don't remember why, and I don't know if it's copium.
We'll have a drink together, alright?
There are a lot of death flags in the beginning here, aren't they?
Oh, Mia. What a miracle. 3 years ago, I couldn't even imagine something like this would happen. Our taste in music's definitely improved over the years.
You mean mine has?
Jazz albums. So what I find fascinating here is I believe we are in Eastern Europe now. And I am surprised that it's just a regular ABC book, not like generic Slavic language ABC book, which I'm now curious. Yeah, shush. What those look like, because
You hungry? No? Maybe later then.
Don't get too close to me when I'm cooking, babe.
oh, that's I'm going to kill you, honey energy. The whole idea of like early natal education,
Mia makes everything by hand, so this stuff keeps piling up.
like having your kids hooked on phonics, as we used to say here in the States. February, cereal, banana puree. Ethan, do not give her any sugar or honey, and no mushrooms. Okay. I would imagine they're very, anti-mushroom after the mycelium disaster. Oh, not a few years ago. But
Once things warm up, we can go for a walk.
from what I remember when I was a kid, like, it's a lot of colorful kind of, like, here's, like, Willie the giraffe, who's going to teach you how to read.
There. It's like I said to your mom. That book's too scary for you.
Or, I don't know, Stephanopoulos, the hippopotamus, who is, teaching you how to count. Engendering a very early age of number must go up, no matter the cost.
Your mama and I love this song so much. Almost there, honey.
Nope, wrong way. Goddamn, this is such a chill opening to the game.
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
Eastern European. Wait. George Trevor. Is that the architect from Resident Evil 1? Curtain closes on the Dolby gas incident. The committee completed their investigation on the 18th into the Dolby toxic gas leak in Louisiana in 2017. They concluded the deaths were caused by a leak of natural gas that had built up in the mudrock under the area. Jack Baker and his family who were exposed to the gas perished. Ethan Winters and his wife were also believed to have been nearby, but their current whereabouts are unknown. The entire area has been closed off by officials who believe it will be at least 10 years before the area is habitable again.
Everyone's forgotten about this already.
Oh boy. I do find it fascinating that... Oh, no.
Why do I even keep this around? I should get rid of it someday.
I really hope my progress and my other saves have been put in for, like, item unlocks. Can I check that, actually? Challenges? Ah, yes, they have. Perfect. Alright. I am going to abuse the fact that I've played this game before, and if we have a fun weapon that we can unlock, I am going to utilize said fun weapon. Also trying to figure out what else there is here to kind of click on. Because there is a lot of, like, random lore bits, and I think because this game is more enjoyable, I'm gonna try and engage in the actual lore it's trying to tell, as well as making my own goddamn stuff up. Do families really just, like, catalog this stuff?
I wish it could stay like this forever.
I don't think baby likes lore.
It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you.
So that's Kendo, so that is definitely a reference to Kendo. Rosemary Winters, hearing vision, good health, BSAA, Applefeld Memorial Hospital.
Rose is fine.
February 6th, 2021. Mia and I had another fight. I accidentally mentioned what happened 3 years ago and she blew up at me. We finally settled down in our new life in Europe and can bring Rose up properly. But I feel like a part of me is trapped in that hell back in Louisiana. I know Mia doesn't like to talk about it, but can we really just forget everything and pretend it didn't happen? Shouldn't we face what happened there so we can live our lives with Rose without it hanging over our heads? We owe her that much, at least. I know Mia knows this too. She wouldn't have exploded like that at the hospital if she didn't care. You really need to lock your computer, dude. Also, what's... Okay, as soon as we put Babby down, we're gonna look at what apps he has.
She's scary when she's angry.
Yeah, that is, not wrong.
There you go, sweetheart. Don't you worry. I'll be right downstairs. Daddy won't let those weird fairy tale monsters get you.
Also, I will say babies are adorable. They're like fat, chubby little small humans. Alright, but I'm more curious about what Ethan has on here. Is there anything we can kind of make out? That looks like... Off-brand Facebook. Stardock. I'm gonna assume that's World of Warcraft. A media player, a video, or a picture thing, and the trash bin. Alright. And I won't deny I have been stalling a bit, because I am afraid of getting duped by my memory about the game being better, and when we get to actual content, that memory will be put to the test quite viciously. I'm curious what else we have on oh, it's literally just... It's just like off-brand Peppa Pig. Okay.
She's asleep.
I think the only other game that I've seen do something like this where you have like a weird television show going on in the background that you can sort of interact with is actually just Heavy Rain, which...
Is she okay?
The
Sleeping
parallels
like a
are baffling.
baby. That smells good. What's that?
Oh, hands off, mister. It's churba de legume. It's a local recipe.
Wow, you've gone full native, haven't you?
Local wine, too. But if you're gonna keep sulking all evening, maybe you shouldn't have any. You really have to stop worrying.
It's just finding you in Louisiana, the pregnancy, Chris moving us here, military training, it all happened so fast, you know?
Well,
She's the
it's
oregano
all together.
killer.
You, me, Rose. Now
Harry comment.
everything's gonna
Seriously, think we can just forget about what happened in Louisiana?
be... It happened so long ago. I don't understand why you are so...
Mia, get down!
I will say the oregano killer's identity was actually a decent twist by David Cage.
Mia.
It's chunking again. Why is it during the cutscenes?
Chris? What the hell? Sorry, Ethan. No! What? Why?
Now, decoy. This is a special military operation shooting. Performed by the BSAA.
All clear. Rose? What the hell are you doing with my daughter? Package secure.
And it's not chunking now.
Take him away.
I said get your hands off her!
Ethan, no.
Rose.
Get him out of here.
Do I just need to up the bitrate? How do I do that again? Things that you should never do on the fly. Settings, stream output, bitrate for 1080p. Yeah. 4K needs terrifying. High frame rate. Okay. I guess while I'm here, I'm gonna look up George Trevor. Okay, George Trevor is the architect who designed the Spencer Mansion.
Hey, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Winters. I've got your daughter's results back, and I'd like you to come in to talk about them. How about next Thursday, 4 o'clock?
No problem. We'll be there. That was the doc. She'll see us next week. Hey, now. Think positively, all right? We talked about this.
I know. We hardly talk about anything else. I keep telling you, it's not Rose that I'm worried about.
Well, then what are you worried about? Look, she's gonna be fine. I just know it. What else matters?
We matter, Ethan! You matter! You just
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me? Come on, talk to me. Damn it. I have to take this. Jesus. about? Where's Chris Redfield? And Rose? Fuck. What the hell happened here?
We also know it's a special military operation because it fails horribly right after it starts. But, I get to cheat. Not really cheat. Ethan, or what's it called? Lisa Trevor, I feel, is fairly iconic for Resi 1, which actually is where I came into Resident Evil at. And I don't remember the dad's name, but I remember the family name is Trevor. So I made a guess, and in fact was correct. Eliminate target, recover bodies, secure Rosemary Winters and Ethan Winters. Move the two Winterses to Site C for further investigation. At least 2 officers to accompany them. Alright. So presumably they got attacked by... I mean, we're in Eastern Europe. We could say they got attacked by a Dracula. Or werewolves, in this case. But, you know, there's nothing fun I can just run my mouth about quite yet, because I already know what the game goes. Everybody knows what the game goes. We know there are Draculas in it, because Big Booba Woman. Werewolves are a bit more hidden, but they shall be revealed very soon. Or I still need to play the original one for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, or what have you. 5 is delightful with friends, and 6... Oh, 6. Six is a fascinating video game. I hope you enjoyed the ones that you played. Which side one was it, out of curiosity? Because I think at this point, I have played the remakes for 1, 2, 3. I keep trying to play Resident Evil 0, and I'm just so bad at it to begin with that I get filtered by the leech monster and then go play another game. I played Remake for 4, I played 5 and 6. I've done 7 at least once now. I've done 8 like 2 or 3 times, I think. I tried doing the hardest difficulty, and that was not a good experience. Umbrella Soldier going into a base. I don't know what that one's referring to, actually. That sounds like a Mercenaries mode mission or something like that. Was it a rail shooter? Because there was a Wii rail shooter one, which I haven't played, where... Oh, you know what? It might be that one. Because there's one where you play as Wesker. There's one... I think you might be Hunk among the others. Umbrella Corps? Okay. That is one of the fun things about Resident Evil. It's been around a long enough time that you have, like, Warhammer tier levels of just off-brand games that are licensed out for money reasons. As you do. Though sometimes it can go well, sometimes it can go horribly. Total War Warhammer, of course, is one of the greatest examples of it being a resounding success. That sounds about right. I vaguely remember that also being a, like, Wii rail shooter for that. Yeah, it's
Who did all that?
chunky on the, it's chunky on the... We'll go back there. Let's see if we go down there if we get less chunking. Yeah, the... Oh god, what are they called? The Black Ops force that is deployed as part of Umbrella, they have a particular name. It's not Hunger Force. It's not the Believers. Well, it's something. All I know is Hunk is the only canonical survivor of the William Birkin oopsie doopsie, as they call it. So this all happened today. They haven't given us a gun yet, so we should be fine. We'll take a look in the other building in a minute here. But... I think Outbreak is the other one I've played. I played that... I did stream that with, Fish,
Maybe.
Nitro, and Baz. Which that I'd like to play again with people at some point. I found it to be a delightful experience. But it's always a tricky spot of business to get, 4 people willing to play it. Alright, if we go this way, we get attacked by El Jefe. No? Yes, as Baz is pointing out here, we not fisted a zombie to death, but stomped a zombie to death. So I'm now terrified of the concept of the first statement. Also, good morning, Baz. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday day. It's noon? Well, I mean... it's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's... Sometimes that applies to AM, sometimes that applies to PM. For me, for example, it's currently 4 AM.
What happened?
Now that I think about this, this is disturbing from the perspective of Ethan, because the kind of culty stuff is a lot lower key in the first game compared to this. So I suppose rather than horrifying, because you're trauma dumped already, it's Or baffling. I mean, we celebrate Festdog here, and you can't celebrate Festdog with some stag heads. And I am... Technically, this is like... Oh god. I work third shift. So I work from like 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. or thereabouts. So technically, this is like my mid-afternoon, late to mid-afternoon, which is why I always try and stream around, or begin to stream like around 3 p.m. Earlier, I'm usually doing stuff with either flatmates or today, for example, we did D&D, and then I just played Kingdom Come Deliverance for a number of hours because I was watching a perfidious Dane play the game, and it inspired in me the heart of, playing it again, which has been very fun. Yeah, we're playing Pathfinder. We have a
Run out of the house?
long-standing campaign we've been doing for a while here. And... I mean, Pathfinder is in that vein.
No, no! Friendly! Friendly!
Who are you? Who sent you?
Nobody. There was an accident down on the road. What's going on?
Oh no. They're coming.
Who is? What the hell was that?
You have a gun?
What?
Please tell me you have a gun.
No, why would I?
Take it! Take it!
There's something I forgot to do, and I'm very sad we got to the scene and I forgot to do it.
Are you listening? Hey! What the? Dead body? Wait, there's more.
And indeed, Baz, we did have a Make Us Whole, Ethan event. I mean, you know, just a couple thousand more corpses here, and we'd have a convergence event, or whatever the hell it's called. Actually, that's something I should stream at some point. I've really been hankering to do a, oh no. I mean, how far could this set us back, right? Um, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Dead Space 1 I remember enjoying. Oh, thank God, we get the old man scene. Alright, we're just gonna beeline there. Why did the old man get immediately killed, but you're just left... Because we're the protagonist, Baz. You know, we're plot relevant for some reason. I think there actually is a plot-contrived reason why we're left alive, rather than killed like old man. But that is for us to ponder out as we go on. What I find fascinating is... I have played this before. I played it 2 or 3 times. I've forgotten much of a lot of the stuff going on. one thing I find fascinating is the game is better written than I remember it being. I haven't forgotten everything. I think there is some reason why Cruella de Vil is keeping us alive. I think I would like to re-experience it again. Unless it's really dumb, then I don't mind it's being spoiled. But then again, I'll leave it up to you, Baz, whether you think it's a fun thing to spoil or not a fun thing to spoil. Exactly. I mean, isn't that... Oh yeah, he's an OG San! Hell yeah! He's like a drunk uncle! I'm so happy I changed it. It's so much better.
奴らだ。奴ら、今のは何なんだ。銃は？銃は持ってるよな。いや、持ってない。聞いてるか。おい。何なんだ。
So, as well, because I feel it's probably a good idea to elaborate on. Resident Evil 7, after about the first 4 hours, I was getting very annoyed with it. So, I switched it to Japanese
起きてるんだ。
to amuse myself, and the very deep-seated curiosity about how they actually intended to have the voice actors speak, because I felt the English VAs fucking hammed it in very badly. I honestly don't know what, like, the developer's fetish is with hand dismemberment. Because, like, you know, we go to the Dark Souls, the Dark Final Fantasy kind of setting, and the guy has a foot fetish, from what I understand. Maybe that's J.R.R. Martin, or J.R.R. Tolkien. I'm not a... I'm not a dark science man. But you know, I mean... I won't hold it against you for being a filthy pervert. It's 2025, and there are worse things one can do. I will say in the lingo of the youths these days, it's a little weird, champ.
何なんだ一体。
But it be like that sometimes. Unfortunately, you can't get old man shotgun. Yeah, no, I feel like a lot of games have, like, a weird thing in them that the developers are, like, fascinated in. But at the same time, a lot of, like, writers and developers do the same thing. So, for example, like, I really enjoyed the Dresden Files as a series. Now, while there's not, like, some weird fetish shoehorned in there, as we have in other pieces of media, the author usually gets, like, a word stuck in their head for a book. So, like, one book, for example, we had Kaiden. There's, like, a lot of Kaidenness, not philandering, but, usage of the word, which was intriguing, as the children say. I'm now terrified that the concept of a child saying intriguing, depending on how young they are, we might suspect them to be a sociopath most foul. But that is not a me problem because I don't have to deal with them. As of yet. But I'm honestly trying to figure out what way I want to go with, like, my own self-made lore. For this one. So, like, I have the Silent Hill 2 Greater Co-Prosperity Sphere lore, which we delved into a bit previously, and we'll continue to delve into here. For this guy, not exactly sure what to do about, like, my own, like, Draculas are eating people and turning them into, like, kissable monsters, or whatever the hell I run my mouth about as time goes on. Is that OG San? No, it's some random guy. I do love that I've completely misremembered, like, what the actual, like, lore of this game is. It's in fact not, like... I originally thought it was, like, some East Asian, corporation that, made its way into our hearts to, spread the mold virus. But apparently it's, like, some Eastern European company. This is quite bad. This is exceptionally bad. We're barely into the first bit of the game. Louise's house near the fields. So I think this is some sort of thing, like a David Koresh sort of deal. I think that's the guy who did Waco. Speaking of, like, police shootouts gone drastically wrong. I think there was a cult here mixed in with, like, regulars. So you had weirdos and regulars all together, which, you know, sometimes can be fine. I mean, real life is a smattering of weirdos and regulars, but I believe it went a little wacky, given the fact that our Madam of Interest here basically created some sort of not slime monster, but I don't know, just generic monsters for some reason that I cannot comprehend the reason for. So, like, you already have control of a town. Why do you need to turn them into, like, monstos? Oh god. Nope, that worked. Welly's Life of Conspiracy Theories. I mean, Conspiracy theories are funner than not conspiracy theories, right? I need to unlock Fat Bastard sooner than later. Well, he controls the drones over New Jersey. Now Strudel. You can't like drop my cover like that. I'm Drone Master 69. I'm sorry, that's a lie. I'm Drone Master XXXXX 69, as one does. That was actually kind of sad. I think I'm dead. Yeah. No, I'm not. The game is forgiving. We'll run down here. I'll actually grab some healing. And I want to kill as many, like, doggos as I can. The people doggos, so it's perfectly acceptable to do. But... Oh, good lord. Combat is a little bit more unwieldy than I remembered. I think there's an area I need to beeline towards. I think there's an area I need the beeline towards in order to, get the resources I need to fight the doggo people. Which I think is across the street? We have this guy. Chem fluid. You know, Ethan's really not doing so hot. This is tragic, truly. Oh, right, there's a bomb here! And more importantly, shoddy shells. No, but Dean, our Pathfinder campaign has been delightfully a little goofy. Somewhat to the chagrin of our GM. Now, for many campaigns now, we've had kind of a meta thing going on. Oh, okay, that's who I need to kill. Will he fail the boss QT 50 times this playthrough? No. I don't even know what we're referring to. Are you, like, making fun of me for what happened in Little Hope? If so, to hell with you, Strudel. Those were bullshit QTEs, and the maker of Little Hope needs to be sent to the fucking Shadow Realm, or they goddamn deserve. Is this a canon event? This feels like a canon event. It is indeed a canon event. I honestly don't remember what you're talking about, Strudel. Good morning, Marvin. How are you doing today? And the irreverenting is going well. Guy with the chainsaw. You mean the guy getting pegged in that one manga? This is Resident Evil 8. Combat is still a little chunko. The developer has a hand fetish, or a hand not hand defecation. Hand defilement? Hand deridement? I said it earlier. Not defenestration.
おい待て
I don't think that was a stream though. I think that was a Discord stream where I was playing RE4 remake and just got completely debated due to the sadness of my lack of memory. I'm actually kind of sad. I wanted to kill Big Boy, but it's been so long since... Yeah, I might just actually play this again off stream, depending on how this goes. I think Spanish Virus is Resident Evil 4. We experienced a attack most foul by Chris Redfield and his ilk, the villain that he is. We have we're still in the mold virus co-prosperity sphere, regrettably. And we'll find out more about it in this video jam. Pardon me, I had to sneeze. And we have Old Lady.
生にも死にも栄光を与えん。
なああんたここにいると危険だ何よおい聞こえてるのか
あ、そうなったか。あの子の父親だな。
あの子ってまさかローズがここにいるのか
ローズ、そうともローズじゃ。あの子に危険が迫ってる。マザー・ミランダが村に招き入れて全ては闇に出した。
何あの化け物の子
Wait, why are the lips these things?
城の金が災いを告げておる。奴らが来るぞ。
おい待てローズはマザー・ミランダって
我らがために金はなる。また奴らが来るのじゃ。
ローズがここに
No, but I've been mulling over what I've been wanting to stream. I would like to stream with more regularity because I do enjoy having an outlet for me running my mouth like a goddamn idiot. I try and comport myself far more reservedly than I'd actually enjoy to in my professional life, which, you know, is regrettably reasonable. So I like streaming to act as that outlet. Exactly. We could talk about the Skibbity Riz. The shuttle is where I just is one of the meeting places where I chill with friends, which is a different societal niche. I feel like this is like the hobby you do. This is like my woodworking. Something I find fascinating and might be fun to do as, like, you know, you make 2 cents a year or however much Bezos pays you for ad revenue. And then subscriptions when people feel sufficiently amused. Rather than the full-time thing, because I don't know how folks end up doing this full-time. I would die for a variety of reasons. You carve conspiracy out of games. Okay, that's not... That's not a fair characterization. Carving conspiracy out of games is always fun. I suppose it fills the narrative niche. Because I enjoy the act of writing and narrative creation, and also the analysis of said nonsense. Which it does as well. Because, like, you know, you make up the lore for something, it could be good, it could be bad, but, you know.
この先が城か
It's the same reason why I am continuing to write lore for a D&D setting or Pathfinder setting that will get done at some point. Though I have gotten up to the year 300 for the last 1,000 years of history, which I'm very chipper about. Oh, that's a treasure. And I do join Discord for my work to kind of balance out the austere energy I try and give at times. I think it took me a good 6 months for me to feel comfortable to let out like 5% of my personality. Because, like, it's always weird in office settings. I'm always weird in office settings where I like being prim and proper. As one does. So we need to go to El Churcho. The Luisa's got a Dracula thing. So I did remember there being 3 quests, or 3 crests and not 2. So I'm happy for the reprieve. Wait, come now. There we go. We'll overwrite saves from a billion Medgillion years ago. Can I go through these doors, or do I need a key? Yeah, I need a key. This isn't the RCPD headquarters. Yeah. Yeah. I feel things would be going better if we were in the RCPD headquarters. You know, having a trillion cop zombies totally make the experience more bearable to deal with, right? That's actually not a bad shotgun. Next you'll look for a red jewel. I like the red jewel, though. The red jewel gives me joy, and as we learned from Marie Kondo, the professional from Tondo, you should always do what you need to do to spark joy. And Baz is correct. This is about a well enough apportioned building that you see in the aftermath of Mr. X having a little giggle with it. How many gears are in both games? Well, there are 2 gears for the clock tower. There's the large gear and the small gear. You reuse the small gear, I think? As we learned recently in the Archipelago action. I think we also have cause to, like, delete chicken in this game. Right, that's how... Okay. I'm remembering more and more of the video game as we get deeper and deeper into reality. I do not think this is reality. I mean, if we try hard enough, anything can be reality, right? I mean, who's to say that eventually we won't discover a method of trans-dimensional travel that will allow us to go into video game dimensions? And you too could have your power fantasy in, I don't know, insert Code Geass, where you somehow get, like, the mind strain, or whatever the fuck they call it, to have your superpower, and it ends up cursing you horribly, as happened with literally everybody with a superpower in that setting. Though immortality is, a benefit for some people. Yeah. You too can have the dream of owning land, Marvin. That wildly unattainable goal. And I believe everybody can acquire whatever they desire for the most part. There are certain things that are out of reach due to the travails of time. For example, I can't declare myself a Chinese warlord. I'm sorry, I can't declare myself the brother of Christ and, attempt to establish suzerainty over China, causing 200 million people to die in a failed attempt. Mainly because that would be seen as nonsensical these days. You can try Heavenly Kingdom 3? What was Heavenly Kingdom 2? So the Heavenly Kingdom was like the 1860 dude. There was a lot of civil wars in the 1860s now that I think about it. Oh, you just mean generic civil war. I guess Mao was kind of made into kind of like a deified figure, so actually that isn't a wrong take.
じゃあまずい。歩けそうか。
ダメ。化け物に襲われたの。ひどい出血でルイジャの家に連れて行かないと。
I'm sorry, but you saying that reminds me of something that I think might be our guest this stream. What is it? Here we go. I mean, there are many claimants to the august throne of the empire, the perennial empire of China. I mean, there's some great ones too. I mean, you know, Genghis Khan did like a little what do you call it, gaming? Is it what the kids call gaming these days? You have that one guy who believed Mercury was Pog. Everybody remember Pog Mercury guy? I do. Founder of the Qin dynasty, who, as we all know, is the gentleman who China's named after. And many others. I'm sure we can argue that Hirohito is a claimant to the Summer Throne. But, you know, we have the true claimant of the the imperial, what's it, the heavenly mandate, Kaiser Wilhelm II. I mean, everybody loves Kaiser Wilhelm II, right? We'll leave him here for a period of time. Much like the portrait of Mao. Wait, can I let me do one more thing. What is it? I gotta go. Why, Baz? What is it? What's the Forbidden Palace? Well, no, like, I'm just thinking, in my defense, the absurdity of me being, like, the Emperor of China reminded me something equally as absurd, which is Kaiser Wilhelm II becoming the Emperor of China. Alright, see? We even have a setting for him. We'll put it right here. And then he'll be so pixelated, it'll be fine. The last DLC? Wasn't the last... Oh, is it because of the German path to, like... The German path to, like, I don't know, boost up Republican Chinese energy?
なんとかしよう。ここに隠れて静かにしてろ。俺が門を開けるまで動くな。
I forgot they unredacted Hitler. Honestly, I only played the historical path as Germany once. Because, like, I wanted to try it to see how it is mechanically different, and then went back to what I always do when I play Germany, which is immediately shoot Hitler. Because, that's a pretty cathartic thing to do. And, obviously, Kaiser Wilhelm's better. But in more seriousness, the Third Reich path is just bad. It's almost like the historical losers of the war would have a bad path, as one would expect. Especially the, I really enjoy the... No, I don't... engage with Empress Victoria as much as I would like. Well, no, that's a lie. I engage with that path as much as I do like to do. I engage with it a moderate... No, that's also a lie. I did it like once. It was fun. But like the in the new focus tree under the like Middle Europa path, there is a method to form the European Union peacefully. Well, it's only fully peaceful if you do democratic Germany, because you're able to get France in there, and otherwise they won't join. But you're able to like get a bunch of people into your faction. You can then puppet them via like loans, which, depending on your political stance these days, you could argue Germany's doing IRL. Though that is a take from... Oh god, like, how long... Can I not do math? 17 years? Oh, fuck. 17 years ago.
おい、誰かいるか。
よその人じゃダメ。ルイさん、ドアを開けて。エレナよ。
黙れ、叫ぶな。化け物が来るだろう。
ユリアン、落ち着いて。友達よ。
下がれ。
父さん、お願いユリアン、中に入れて。
ダメだ。血の匂いで奴らが寄ってくる。
このままじゃ父さんが死んじゃう。
俺の知ったことじゃねえ。
何の騒ぎ？
こいつら死に損ないを家の中に入れようと。
こいつらですって？彼らは友人よ。さあ、はい。こっち、中。村の人じゃないわね。
ああ、違う。イーさんだ。
ユリアン、見張りの仕事に戻りなさい。ほら、早く。いいわ。エレナの知り合いなら信じましょう。入ってイーさん。待ってて、奥の様子を見てくる。
Louisa, they broke in again, got more of the livestock. I don't think we'll make it through winter at this rate. Ernest, still missing too. We can't find him anywhere. Has Mother Miranda abandoned us? Really nothing here of note. Just like cute little pictures. You have like a little satanic ritual area there. You have like the Hokkaido Dome. You have more satanic ritual. Oh no, you have a factory.
Sa, みんな待ってるわ。
なんだこいつは。よそ者が殺しに来たのか。
黙ってアントン。二人を助けてくれたのよ。
誰も助けなんて頼んじゃいない。
どうぞイーさん、座って。
無事だったのは村でこれだけか。無事？無事だと？これのどこが無事だってんだ。動けもしねえ怪我人にバカみてえに泣くしかできねえ女。お前もだ。血まみれの死に損ないじじいによそ者まで連れ込みやがって。この家が安全だと？安全な場所なんかねえ。外の腰抜け連中もとっくにぶっ殺されてる。明日には俺たちもみんな死ぬ。そいつのクソ亭主みてえに泣けんじゃねえロクサーナ。
もうやめて。ここは代々私の家族を守り続けてきた家。酔っ払いであれ何であれ誰でも歓迎する。ここにいれば安全よ。
言ってろ。 一体何が起こってるんだ。なあ、誰か教えてくれ。
わからない。ただ普段通り静かに暮らしていたら、ある日突然
Why is that flashing red?
何度もやってきて。
待ってルイザ。
それで
旦那さんはまさか。
いいえ、彼はどこかにいる。絶対に村の誰かに助けを。ええ、そうよ。きっと助けを呼びに行ったの。
祈りましょう。彼が私たちのため。
そうね。さあ、一緒に。
Apparently not, though it might just be a weird, like, interaction with the fire.
無限の闇より運命の定めしが我らに差し伸べられんことを。深夜の月が黒き翼で舞い上がるとき、我らは自らを犠牲とし、最後の明かりを待つのみ。生にも死にもマザー・ミランダに栄光を捧げる。さあ、お茶の支度を。エレナ、手伝って。
その祈り、前にも聞いた。墓場にいた老婆から。
あのばあさんか。あのババアならもう完全にイカれちまってる。
でもあの人はとても献身的よ。だからきっと彼女にもご加護があるはずだわ。
何してる？
レオナルド、どうしたの？大丈夫？
エレナ、下がってろ。
やめて、離して。
俺たちも殺される。逃げるんだ。
You have a shotgun, you cuck! No, give me the shotgun.
手遅れだったんだ。お父さんじゃなくなってた。
もう放っておいて。
ダメだ、ここから出よう。一緒に。ここから出ないと。
I wonder if we're actually timed here. I won't try and figure it out, because I don't care enough to. And Lord Patron of the People Mao will always help us in our time of need, unless you delete him in the Vicky 3 Cold War mod, which, we would never do at all. We would never throw Mao into the South Chinese Sea. Never would we ever do that. That's totally not Pog. How I said we would never do that, Baz. We're heroes of the proletariat republic of Maoistan. And we would never do anything to disparage his honor, and there's no recorded evidence of this. Where's my IMF money? Do you think, okay, do you think if you win as Mao, you get to, like, just join the IMF? Like, what happens to all that IMF money? Like, when did China join the IMF IRL? It was like after Deng Xiaoping, right?
離れてろこいつでぶち破る
It'd be like in the late 70s, early 80s? Oh. So that'd be like in the 80s then. 90s even. Data membership December 27th, 1945. Oh. Yeah, I suppose a lot of these websites will be catering towards the PRC now. Because I assume the United Nations website will show, like, China's been a member of the United Nations since its inception, and it's been a founding member. They won't say Taiwan.
見ろあそこから出られる
だけど村は化け物だらけなのよあんなに数がいたら逃げられっこない
いいか諦めるんじゃない娘を探す前に君を無事に避難させるローズはきっとあの城にいる
ダメよあの城に行けばあなたの命はないわそれに私一人なんて父さん
ダメだエレナあれはもうお父さんじゃない
私を呼んでる父さん
やめろ危ないじっとしてろさあ手を伸ばせ
いいさ言って娘さんを救って
諦めるなさあこっちだ
So, from like a narrative perspective, the only valuable thing from this is that if you're bitten, you turn, like a zombie virus. Which I think they could have done more succinctly. I think the game would have been better if we had like a little enclave of survivors that, you know, was just here, and you could potentially have segments where like you come back and like one guy's dead, one gal's dead, as you go throughout the game, or like maybe even save them. They're saved by the BSAA. Just feels like they kind of just want to be like, oh, it's the grim dark world of 2019, or what have you. Actually, no, this is 2021. This is all during COVID, technically.
この村一体何が起こってるんだくそ
1980, after losing the support of then United States President Jimmy Carter. Yeah, Jimmy Carter. I guess it was a practical move. Can't believe this is what the vaccine did. Exactly. Like, it would be a nice little mechanic to have there. Because, like, this goes to my point, which I'll be making later, where I feel this is, like, the most experimental Resident Evil game in years, where you have, like, you have 4 separate horror game concepts all chunked into one, which I think is quite novel. And it makes me more excited for Resident Evil 9 when it comes out after the Heat Death of the Universe, when it'll inevitably be bad.
やめてミランダ様おい お前は一体誰なんだ
The Resi's sick. Don't make me shoot. I don't make me want to die, Strudel. I will be... My heart will be torn 70 widths asunder if we have RE6 remake. RE5 remake might be fine, though. But yeah, no, the idea of having a mechanic where basically you have to give up resources to help them survive, like you give up ammo or stuff like that, or you have to go into dangerous situations to get, like, fuel or stuff like that, and basically do what they did for... They kind of have, like, a weird mix to what they did with, Is Chick on here? No, it's not. What's that video game that they have with the zombies that used to be good but then became incredibly bad? Dead Rising.
皆死んだ。そうとも。皆に死が訪れたのじゃ。
I like Crazy Old Bird. Very bad person, but kinda pog. Honestly, like, I feel State of Decay they wouldn't go towards because it's not something they know. I think Dead Rising would be fine. It'd be a mix of the two. Because it wouldn't be the main mechanic, it would just be something to kind of further enhance the survival horror mechanism. Because I feel like you truly cannot have survival horror without people actually trying to, you know, survive. Leon in a clown car and a tank top? Oh my god, it'd be amazing if you had Leon in, like, one of them, like, the cloth brassiere that you see, like, ladies wear in, like, country stuff as a meme. And, like, booty jeans. That would be so fucking hilarious. I mean, just imagine it. We already make fun of Leon and Chris for being himbos as is. We just need to turn it up to 11 and make it oh so much worse. It'll be great. But listen, Baz. I mean, the royal we, right? I'm listening. Well, I mean, like, you have, like, Leon having his character designed in such a way to improve upon the thirst of the audience or certain subsections of the audience. I have a friend of mine who would diddle Leon 7 ways to Sunday if he had the opportunity. And, you know, I think we should just go further to cater to that audience a little bit more to get some more of that sweet, sweet pachinko money.
誰だお前。
ほう、よそ者か。面白い。ミランダが見たら喜びそうだ。
You know, no one said Resident Evil Village yet, Baz, so we can't roll credits. Is it time to remove Heavenly Mandate Wilhelm?
あなた様に最高の仕事を用意することを約束いたします。
待て。つまり、てめえらうるせえぞ。
なんだ
What's the fly SWAT
こ
mod?
いつを独り占めして何が面白いってんだ。この俺なら全員が楽しめるショーを見せてやる。
なんてくだらない。安っぽいサーカスなんて誰が見るの？この男が苦しむ様は私が。
どうせ誰もいねえ城でこいつの何を切り落とそうってんだろ。
互いの言い分は分かった。片や一方は理屈に及ばぬようだ。だが我が意は決したぞ。ハイゼンベルク、この男をお前に委ねよう。マザー・ミランダ、どういうことですか？ハイゼンベルクは幼稚な上、あなたへの忠義も疑わしいというのに、私めにお任せくだされば滞りなくその男を。
ガタガタ言ってねえで、自分が負け犬だと認めちまえよ。餌が欲しけりゃ他当たれ。
その口を落とし坊や。今は大人が話してるの。
どうやだ？てめえこそミランダ様に盾つく気か。
お前は責任というものを全く理解できていないよね。
体がでかいとエゴまででかくなっちまうみてえだな。
おい、俺のことは無視かよ。
静まれ。我が命は絶対だ。意義など認める。身の程をわきまえた。
どうもお母さん。では親愛なるけだものの諸君、長らく待たせたな。いよいよゲームの始まりだ。そんじゃ期待してるぜ、イーサン・ウィンターズ。
Ishan.
準備はいいか？
Whose booty are we slapping? Because, like, I'm pretty sure there's not a mechanism in the game for that for, Mi Madre Dimitrescu. You know what, that's... I feel the exploration is not rewarded here. We have Santa! Or as they say in South Park, Santa! Ah, so how it is in one of them animes. I see. Oh, wait. I mean, sadly, we do not have that mod installed. We're dead, by the way.
危なかった。まさかあいつらがローズを。
Yeah, that this game, I feel, has, like, the appropriate Resi energy, though, Baz. Like, that's the kind of stupid thing you want to see in Resi. It's like, very stupid, but still not too incredibly stupid. It's like the Umbrella moon base under Raccoon City that we almost got Ethan ground beef. Yeah, that's like the type of one-liner we want to have. We want to have an incredibly cheesy, much like an American hamburger, hamburger. Get out. Listen, we have to appeal to the Urkrin energy people periodically, Baz. It's how we get that Denmark money. I know Urkrin is from Sweden, but I am going to create a new Europe owned by Denmark. Just how they desire. Alright, I need to shoot Burb. Oh, I completely goofed this. You're not gonna get any Swedish money if you call them Danes. No, they're definitely Swedish people. But now they get to be cast as heroic freedom fighters against the perfidious Dane. Which I think is a better thing to do.
お待ちしておりましたよ、ウィンターズ様。
なぜ名前を？
この村ではあなたはもう有名人ですからね。噂じゃ娘さんをお探しだとか。確かにこちらの城は怪しい雰囲気ですな。
ああ、お前もな。
私は商いをしているだけ。
ここで？
ああ、申し遅れを。デュークと申します。いかがです？武器に。
And hello there, Vigilante. Hope you're having a good day.
欲しいものは何でも提供しましょう。
Yeah, I do appreciate the addition of Big Chungus here, because we actually have a mechanism to improve our guns, unlike in 7. What are you buying? Alright, that's a good gun. That... You will buy a babby gun. But we will also buy... Never mind, we cannot afford shotgun anymore, no. We're playing it in Japanese because I played it in English all the previous times I played it. But I'm very curious how the voice actors are originally meant to sound versus the English casting. There was a very notable difference in Resident Evil 7 that I'm curious to see if it carries over here. Yes, we could play in English, French, German, Japanese. I'm sure there's a Chinese option. And other languages to be found out at your own discretion. I forgot if this is unlimited power knife. I think it is, which is a nice change from 7 again. Like, there were a lot of weird changes in 7 from, like, 5, 6, and 4. It just made it a bit more of a bear to play. The health bars on the knives was 1 bit. January 5th, Rednick, 1 male, 3 female, Miranda, Mistress Dermiscus, business discussions with the Duke. So I forgot how the interactions with Big Booba Vampire go. I know we get impaled. Can you increase the FOB for first person? Yes, I probably can. Wait, really? Is there really no way to improve the FOV? We'll get to a save point and we'll take a gander. See, this is one of the reasons why I'm sad Total Biscuit isn't around to hold people to account. It is not something I suffer from, which I'm grateful for. But, like, the FOV slider shenanigans. Because it's really not that hard to do, and I do think I'm gated into third person for the rest of this playthrough as well, if I continue that way. You can go to first person. The main reason why I wanted to start us out in third person is because we have Ethan kind of looking like the character design for James Sunderland in, you know, Gag. Is it the head bobble? How about this? Oh, it's the FOV. Oh. We'll go back to third person then. Well, I want it to be as watchable for people who care to watch rather than just listen to me ramble about the travails of femboy hooters and other such fascinating jaunts of Resident Evil lore that we're making up, such as, unfortunately this game is so absurd I actually can't make anything up on the spot, which is horrifying. Or Ethan Winters being the adoptive son of James Sunderland, who manages to pass on intergenerational family drama in some way. And I'm fully expecting the Rosemary arc to have some nonsense going on that we'll have to engage in. About her having, like, some horrible boyfriend. Much like Mia.
けてきてる。
なら早くいただきましょう、お母様。
ダメ、私が捕まえたの。喧嘩はおやめなさい。マザーミランダへ伝えるのが先よ。それが済んだらたっぷり楽しませてもらうとしましょうね。吊るして。
待て、やめろ。何をするんだ。
口の利き方がなってないわね、イーサン・ウィンターズ。
待て、下ろせ、おい。
Well, Baz, if you remember, there's a reason for that. But I just want to editorially add something here. I'm not pro-cannibalism or anything. But from, like, a cannibal perspective, this is a terrible idea, right? Because, like, we've learned this with, like, cow and chicken. Like, you want them to be nice, relaxed, and have low cortisol levels. Because, you know, high cortisol just makes the meat so much more rough and tumble. Which you don't want to have that when you're having a nice steak. You want it to be pampered. You want, like, nice massaged Kobe beef. And, you know, have a nice meal that way. If anything, they're just creating a problem of their own making. Like, I want to imagine how much... Oh, no, that just rips... This is what I mean by, like, hand mutilation fetish that the game designers had for this one and the last one. It's so much worse than this one. Like... I mean, yeah, but, like... You know, pouring copious amounts of alcohol on your hands always helps when you're in trouble. We have this moonshine medicine here. The greatest that the ancient era can provide. Ignore the fact that it's 2021 and we have biomedical corporations that are able to create, you know, affronts to any sort of religion in a mad quest for not even world domination, just corporate malfeasance, as one does. I might get the how do I phrase this? I may get my dander up enough to do like have one stream where we like analyze different evil companies from like a balance sheet perspective to see how the hell it's supposed to work. Because I'm incredibly dubious to like the Umbrella Corporation. Because it just feels so impractical. I mean, Wesker had gone absolutely fucking cuckoo fucking bananas by RE5. And, like, he was like, Hitlerian tier level insane of, like, we have to create a new pure race. Oh, wait, are they insinuating Albert Wesker is his dad in RE5? That I didn't grok. Or maybe it's the other dude. No, it was, I guess in a sense it was his dad, because they say that Wesker is a genetically engineered child to do some shit, yeah. Hello, Big Chungus.
商いは場所を選びません。娘さんは見つかりましたか？
Did he just kiss me or kiss at me?
もし娘さんがいらっしゃるとしたら、 この城の主人の部屋が一番怪しいでしょうな。そうでしょう。
ドミトレスクか？
ねえ、いかにも。彼女の部屋へ行けば見つかるやも。それはそうと何かご入り用では？いいところにちょうど暇していたところです。
We'll take a look in a minute. I don't think we can combine relics with anything. Mines might be good, so we'll keep the mines for now. God, I just want a better handgun. Probably rifle ammo is what we want to do next, because I'm not sure we'll be able to find any, so we'll do that, and we'll research shotgun ammo. We have invented shotgun technology. Alright, what do we need for shoddy shells? We need rusted scrap and gunpowder and chem fluid, and we need metal scrap and rusted scrap. Okay. So we probably want to minimize our use of... Oh, I can't say that. We actually do need to use this, though. I don't think we triggered the daughters yet, either. So we'll just goblin around and see what's going on. And you know what? I read your message, Baz, about recognizing the portrait, and I meant to take a look at that portrait to see if I recognized them. Then I got distracted about, money. Wait, where was the portrait? That looks like a game developer, if I'm gonna be entirely honest. The right one, though, I would believe is someone from the Enlightenment. For some reason, I want to say Hobbs is the guy on the right. But I think Hobbs looked more like a crackhead. If I'm remembering his portraiture correctly. Just always baffled by the travails of... what do you call it? Like, natural philosophers and their ilk throughout time. Because, like, you have, like, mathematicians literally on meth, proud that they're on meth because they can do more math. I'm sure there's, like, some nonsense going on in the science community now. We're going to ignore, what's astrophysics man who died? Stephen Hawking. We're going to ignore the implications regarding him, for the time being. But, like, what else do we think's going on? Like, is there, like, a cocaine habit going on among high science? Like, they have massive cocaine parties? Is there, some other goofiness about? Because all that jumps to mind right now is just very sad things regarding the, status of academia and how people respond to it, psychosomatically, which is sad. Which I'd talk about it, fair enough, so we won't talk about it today. That is fascinating and creepy. Do scientists have their own Diddy parties? I suppose that's what I'm trying to ask, yeah. I mean, like... Did Diddy invite any like, any scientists? Like, is Neil Was Neil deGrasse Tyson at a Diddy party? Was Michio Kaku at a Diddy party? I just can't imagine Michio Kaku in a fucking Diddy party. That's just a step too far.
死んでからどっちがいい？ダメ、もう我慢できない。
The baby oil researchers were... Like, who's the chief scientist at, like, John... Yeah, I'm gonna look at this now. Alright. Johnson and Johnson. Chief Science Officer. Dr. Paul Stoffels. Really? We don't have, like, a picture of Dr. Paul Stoffels? Indeed, we do have a picture of Dr. Paul Stoffels. How delightful. How very, 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 very delightful. Alright. We have... How do I do this? Bam. Wait, no, that's the CEO. Never mind. No, we don't have... Alright, so we're doing it. We have Screen Man. Alright. So here's the board of directors. Regrettably, Stoffels isn't on it. Surgeon General. None of these people are like science people. Oh, here we go. Here's a science person, but it's not their chief scientist. Here we go. Here's who we're insinuating goes to the Diddy parties, Resty. I feel... Okay. I think I'm going to have to take the position of Stoffels did nothing wrong. And then it turns out Stoffels is a mass murderer. 2 weeks from now. June 9th, 1958. It was my first day working at the castle today. I was most shocked to see other staff were all women. The mistress and her daughters were very adamant that they wouldn't bite. It was quite peculiar. June 23rd, 1958. It's been 2 weeks since I started working at the castle, and I am a little afraid. Another maid, Adela, made a mistake, and Miss Daniela slashed her face with a knife. At night, I can hear wailing as if ghosts roam the halls. I want to go home. I don't know what to do. The young ladies were complaining it was too hot and stuffy during dinner, so I opened the window just a crack. "Shut it! Shut it now!" they all shrieked to me in unison. I fear I may be taken down into the cellar where never to be seen again I shall be. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I feel that's my best Hamlet energy impression I could do. I forgot, can we go in here fast enough to get diddled? The answer is no. You know, I really need to not use diddle in the context that I normally use it. Because I use diddled as in, to have intercourse or if you're getting screwed over in a video game. But I feel, given the amount of internet art we have with Big Booba Vampire, I should retire that phrase this day. Or for today. Otherwise, the implications of what I am saying will be more questionable than what I normally intend them to be. So for this guy, it's just a weird physics puddle. puzzle where you're supposed to run into a lamp. You can't grab it, which would be more rational. You just kind of have to jiggle it around. I mean, who doesn't like jiggling around un grand fire? Oh right, that reminds me. I was chatting about this with Strudel the other day, but I mentioned this during the Resident Evil 7 stream, but I remembered that I didn't actually follow up on what the number was. We calculated how much we suspect the Diddy baby lube or baby oil cost. So from what we understand, it had MDMA or ecstasy in it. And basically, in order to kind of assume like sufficient absorption into the body, it was like I think we're assuming 50 grams of ecstasy per bottle. So like eat that 1,000 bottles of baby oil that was found in the mansion probably costs like $15 million. Which everybody loves $15 million of nonsense, right? Though actually, speaking of conspiracy theories and Diddy, I saw a joke, or I saw a meme somewhere, I think it was on Instagram, that, like, Diddy orchestrated the LA fires in order to, obfuscate some of the evidence against him. Which, like, I was talking to a friend of mine, and apparently, like, he has the kind of reputation where that's actually reasonable. Not reasonable in the sense, like, it's a good idea, but, like, his character is malaligned to the extent where it would be expected of his character. And it is quite a bit, but that is because we are relying on dermal absorption rather than the normal vector of consumption, which is orally. So you would need to utilize more of the substance in order to, you know, get crunk with it, as the children say in the year of 1970. Yeah, I don't think that's worth using for the time being. Which, like, there are more things I'm fascinated about. Like, if we go through the history of Victorian medical apparatus, like, if you were, like, let's say, like, you're a crazy nan, and you're like, oh, they don't make cough syrup like they used to make cough syrup like they used to make it. I'm going to go and make it myself. I don't know why I've chosen this accent for an old lady, but it is what we're rolling with. And, like, was it cocaine cough syrup or opiate cough syrup that was popular or in vogue during those days? Ultimately, it is irrelevant, I will point out, because heroin. It's like, the point is, like, if you were to consider that, like, the prices of these substances have inflated so much due to the prohibition on them, and you wanted to make like old-timey like cough syrup, like you would need to spend like how much money on heroin in order to make it? Which is absurd. Or probably some absurd amount. So basically, each one of these lei we pick up is... So it's basically divide everything by 5 and we'll have it in euros. So if we wanted to, we can see how much we're getting ripped off by comparing, like, El Glock, or whatever the hell the European... I guess Glock is the... Glock is made by the Italians, correct? A Glock, the Glock, 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 Glock.
カサンドラの祝日こんな面倒なことに
Hello, lady. Oh, I thought we got Big Mama. What game am I thinking of? Glock is Austrian. Oh, I'm thinking of the Beretta. Glock is Austrian, Beretta's Italian.
どの道具がいい どこへ行くつもりなのボー 銃弾が私に効くとでも
FN is Belgian.
私は痛みなど感じない絶対にお前を許さないこの人間無性
FAMAS is French. Oh no!
私たちに歯向かうなんて許せない
Hello, Wick. I hope you're having a lovely day. What's the company that makes FAMAS then? Because it's a French design, as I understand. It is of Frankish origin. Mass. Manufacture d'Armée de Saint-Étienne. Okay. I am a bit, as you like to say, EP. Aren't we all EP at all times? That's good. I had a delightful 2-hour nap today after D&D, so I am awake. It has nothing to do with the fact that I have an elderberry Red Bull here as well, which is embiggening my spirit, as they like to say in The Simpsons. I've been taking a bit of the old Wellitonine myself. Yeah. If you are a person who finds it hard to delve into the embrace of Sleep Demon, it is very necessary. Which is unfortunate when you think about it, because having to rely on a supplement is always very unfortunate, because sleep is, as the kids call it, POG. The flesh... Indeed, the flesh is weak. Actually, on that note, I was thinking about games we could stream this year, other than the list of all those, like, 20 games that I had up some number of weeks ago. Weeks, days, ways, one of those. And I've come to the realization that I think it's time that we begin streaming, like, the Deus Ex, the Deus Ex prequels. Yeah. So Human Revolution and Mankind Divided. I think we need Ingrid's necklace for something, so I won't sell it quite yet. Everything is so expensive. So that's basically like 1,200 euro to upgrade the gun. That's so expensive. Ugh. I think we want to buy ammo when we see ammo. At least for the Lemmy, because the Lemmy is so bad. Oh, don't tell me this is one shell. Stock? Stock 13. Oh. This is literally per shell. I've made a mistake. Okay, well. This is why you read before you make purchasing decisions, children. It can save your wallet. Alright, I want to investigate this guy over here. Romanian purchasing power. Did I unlock the other lock? Yeah, I did, and I completely memory hold it. That's amazing. I mean, I kind of figured we were in Romania. It felt a little bit stereotypical to say, so I didn't comment on it earlier. But this feels like big Capcom energy to just like, oh, we got vampires in a horror game? Let's shove them in Transylvania. I don't know why this is my Japanese accent, but oh boy. As one is wont to do. Alright, so they're very subtle like that. I mean, masters of storytelling, the Japanese are. I mean, look at that Hideo Kojima. Layers and layers of subtlety. In every single craft. Crafted by him. Ah, no! Alright, curiosity confirmed. We can go through hole again. That's good to know. Completely irrelevant information. No, but I was thinking another game we can do is... I'm thinking about doing a mega campaign for Paradox. So, like, going from... We won't do Vicky... Well, we would do Vicky. We won't do Hoi 4, I should say. I feel a mega campaign into Hoi 4 is a bit silly. But we might do, like, a Crusader Kings 3 thing. Just gobbling around there. Do Europa Universales 4. And then convert the Vicky 3. Because, like, I am curious how that will go. I know for a fact it'll go disastrously, but, like, I feel one of the mainstays that we enjoy in this channel is utter disasters of my own making, or sometimes foisted upon me. Not looking at you, Resident Evil 7. No, I'm not gonna pick on Resident Evil 7. I'm gonna pick on the Man of Medan, or whatever the hell it is. It's playing Little Hope. They're finishing Little Hope with friends, and it made me lose my ish. My absolute fucking shit. To give the non-PG... There we go, I missed an item. Due to the fact that the QuickTime events in that are very poorly designed. Otherwise, you know, I appreciate what Supermassive tries to do. Like, you You know, Beyond Horror, the Wendigo experience was pretty pog. Fascinating to observe. You have Man of Medan, which I appreciate the twist in that one, it being like Japanese, like, you know, war crime gas. Very on-brand historicity. Little Hope, just it being a schizophrenic episode is kind of a boring twist. Or is it schizophrenic or disassociation? One of those. Oh, hi, lady. Oh! She is quite a speedy lady. So I'm pretty sure she would just follow us in here if we did not already break the glass. Is she just in here now? No. Alright, this has a quick turn. It looks so dumb in third person. What is this? He's just holding his, like, little knife. What is this? Oh, I love this game so much. It's so goofy. Oh, Capcom never change. Ah, that buoys my spirit. I really wish I enabled unlimited ammo, but I felt it wouldn't be in the spirit of a normal stream. But... And I do feel correct in that assessment, but... You know, unlimited ammo is just really pog, though. It's like really super cool to have infinite, you know, artillery shells that you can send into the maw of your enemy. When does it take place? So it takes place like 30 years after the event. Wait, does, I need to consult my monograph here. Alright. 1998 is when the video game takes place. So this occurs damn near 23 years later, in 2021. There's no pandemic going on at all. I mean, or yeah, well, what's a pandemic? How would we ever encounter such a such a curious thing, such a fascinating thing? And we're like 4 years after the last game, 3 years after the last game thereabouts, which is totally enough time. Totally enough time to get over the emotional trauma of, like, your wife, girlfriend wife. At least it's not sister wife. You know, absolutely working for, like, the literal devil of, like, mega corporations at this point. Or is it, like, the off-brand devil? So, like, what's the off-brand devil? Krampus? Working for the Krampus of, like, biomedical corporations. And, just having a gay old time. So it's probably something silly like this where we just need to move horse. Women are blind to male advances, but the poor shall take their chances to give their lord. So it's like that. Women are blind to male advances, but the poor shall take their chances to give their lord their bounty sown, so that soon the wine may flow. So do we put lady here? You are lady, right? You are lady. But... Or is it grape being offered to man, who then brings it to lady, who then brings it to other lady? Is that what lore we're going for here? I mean, obviously, this is a retelling of the Russian invasion of Romania, where, you know, the brave Romanian soldiers held off in 1940 in the Winter War. Because Finland and Romania are totally the same part of Europe, right? Totally. They're in Western Europe. A very well-known, well-traveled place. They're like 1/3 of Texas anyway. Exactly. I will never not be baffled at how large the United States is. Because, like, having driven across it, like, twice now. Okay, that's the hyperbole. After having driven across it, you do get an appreciation for, like, all of, like, the locales and whatnot, and how they fit into the greater mesh of the greater American co-prosperity sphere. And I don't know why that's my other word of the day. That technically isn't worth me shooting her. In terms of ammo expenditure. Oh, that's heart-wrenching. I guess it is cost-efficient for these guys to be shot with the lay. No, but it's always baffling at how large the United States is. Because, like... The idea of, like... You know, Peter Molyneux's Man in the High Castle is just ever the more baffling. In terms of, like, an outcome to potentially occur. Shot him and the box. Incredible efficiency. I mean, corporate told us to improve our KPIs, and you know what? Because we don't want to get pipped here, we have to listen to what our corporate overlords do request. And you know what? We're giving a good show. It'll be the Western European team in Bordeaux that'll be pipped, as happens. Oh god. Time to have some medical grade moonshine. Alright. So I've been in a real VOD mood. So I've been, like, going through a lot of people's stuff. I was finally able to catch up on Blobber's most recent, David Cage extravaganza. I'm glad he had a ability to play the game this time versus last time's nonsense. It has made me want to play and stream it myself, though, because I just keep seeing people have Mr. Krabs kill himself, and I don't want to see Mr. Krabs kill himself anymore. I want happy Mr. Krabs. Like, I think Heldon's playthrough, he did it that way. Blobber's, it happened that way both times, I think. No. We're going to have a happy ending. Regrettably, we won't see... I wonder if you can have Terminator Connor and Mr. Krabs not killing himself. But I do think those two things are very much mutually exclusive. Because, like, I've always seen people, like, kind of, I don't want to say cuck out, but cuck out on the Connor Terminator ending. And always have, like, dude win. Oh, do the stream. At some point we shall.
マザー・ミランダ、残念なご報告なのですが、ハイゼンベルクは愚かにもイーサン・ウィンターズを逃したようです。奴は今私の城に踏み入り、娘たちの手を焼かせております。もし見つけたら。いえ、ミランダ様。儀式の重要さは私も重々承知しております。必ずやご期待に。儀式などしたことか。ドミトレスク家にあだなす者は決して許さない。
So I think in terms of, like, the evolution of pejoratives of the slang manner, cuck is a synonym of bitch in a greater negative manner. So basically, like don't go for the gold and, like, doing it. I believe Blobber did try and kill okay, don't say that. Kill the robot messiah. Though I think he did the thing where he played both of them trying to win rather than going for one ending, which I appreciate. But, like, there was someone else I was watching many years ago that went Evil Connor. And then just is like, haha, I'm not actually going to do it. You fool. And I was like, okay, dude. No, Blobber did the Chad thing of playing the character, from what I recall. For the most part. Which I appreciated very much. Because it's a very unique perspective. Even though it made me very sad. When we had Kara's storyline just, it just not happen. Because, continuing with the, obedient robot, And yeah, no, that was terrific to watch. Because, like, I feel that is a rational way to play these super massive games, but not how one generally sees, or I think is intended to play with the David Cage games. Because, like, David Cage intends you to play the character, like, assuming that you will go for the optimal path. Which is like, when Helden was streaming it. Like, the bitch options and not the bitch options. If I recall correctly. Bitch baby? Which is, like, the more common options and the less common options. I think our hand's gonna get cut off here. Yeah.
逃げられると思ったバラバラに切り刻んでやる可愛い我が子に会う前にね
You know, I've never noticed this before, but her skin's really discolored. Like, it does not look good. Da 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 da. I think when I'm at work sometime this week, I will probably go through some of the other ones, because I don't remember if I ever caught the heavy rain stream Blobber did. And I'm very curious to see whether or not he killed the oregano killer or not. Or if that did not go to plan. Which happens sometimes.
いくら逃げようとしたって無駄よ
よし何なんだよこの城は
Alright. We have reattached hand, and now we have to fight vampires. This is the biggest car I can afford energy. I mean, that's how you tell she's new money, not old money. Because, like, old money knows how to do... I'm wealthy, I have been wealthy for a very long time, and I don't care what your peasant opinion is. It's kind of that, like, air of superiority without feeling the need to display your superiority. Which is fascinating, because, like, you know, America is still mostly what we would consider new money. I'm wealthy, I've been wealthy my entire life, I do not know what it's like to not be wealthy. I feel it's a bit more than that, just that, Fusion, because, like, it's like, not only have you been wealthy your entire life, but your parents and your parents' parents have been wealthy, because, like, you need to have the concept of being poor bred out of you, sort of a deal. Because, like, there was an interesting... not interaction, but there was a fascinating thing during the era of the Vanderbilts, where the family was basically like, we're hella rich, but like we're only second generation hella rich, so like we're still kind of like weird about it. Also, good morning, Sea Fusion. I'm guessing you're pal whirling today. Thank you for the follow, Philippe. But, no, it was a whole big thing where they were very embarrassed about only being new money, and they tried their best to kind of, like, manage their sort of, not finances, but, like, public image in such a way where they were like, we're cool. And good morning to you as well. I think a lot of, like, American early kind of, like, robber baron type people had that kind of, not belittlement, but pal world while you work. Yeah. Inferiority complex, I think, is what I'm trying to go for. Which goes towards them wanting to build big building. Which I feel is a very human want. Everybody loved to build big building. I forgot who I was talking with. Like, I feel it's like a dude thing as you get older. You just, like, appreciate big boat more and more. You're like, hell yeah, that's like a 40-inch cannon on the super duper Yamato.
どうでしたか？ローズはいなかった。それはなんとも残念でしたな。まあこの城を出る頃にはまた道も開けましょう。何か必要なものはありますかな？ご愛顧に感謝しまして新しいサービスをご用意しましたよ。もちろんです。
I come back from a work meeting and hear you something Super Yamato. I mean, yeah. I stand by the Super Yamato. I can understand desire for big house but not big car. But what about big battleship, Baron? Also, good morning, Baron. Though I do feel that, like, you know, this thing is long, so it's phallic shaped, or this thing is phallic shaped because of, like, some, like, Freudian psychology is such, like, Babby's first, not Babby's first atomic science. Do not say Babby's first atomic science. But, like, you know, I'm 14 and I'm cool, sort of like logic. Not to speak of it too pejoratively, because, like, there's probably some element of it, but, like, for a building, you would rather a super tall building than a super wide building. Because, like, that's just more urban sprawl, and, like, people are, like, so hella for urban density because of increased services and all the other stuff. 8.7.2 remake even... That makes sense. The voice acting is a lot better in 7 and 8 in Japanese. I'll have to go through 2 and eventually 3 remake to see if I agree with that as well. And indeed, this is not my first time playing the game. I played it a couple of times, and the purpose of this playthrough is to just experience it again after a long while and see... I remember it being much better than Resident Evil 8, which I agree with my brain so far. yeah, I agree with it so far because combat feels better. Dialogue feels better written. The story feels Resident Evil 7 is better than Resident Evil 8. Bass. Oh no, I probably said that. Resident Evil 8 is better than Resident Evil 7. That's a great question. I felt it wasn't in the spirit of like goofing. It's only medium goofing around rather than infinite goofing around, so we're not having infinite ammo on. Sorry, I misspoke. We're having a talking about Freud for a second there. Like I got so tilted that I forgot how to English. How much it took from Alcina? What do you mean by Alcina? I am unfamiliar with that because I actually haven't played Silent Hill 1. I've only played the Silent Hill 2 remake, which I thought was very well done and actually has me very deeply curious to play the originals for all of them. Yeah. Yeah, Resident Evil 7 is fascinating in the context of... I should actually probably look at the puzzle. 2-line. There are a lot of things that you see kind of make sense when you combine the games together. So, for example, the whole plot with Ian going... Or, not Ian, but Ethan that we'll see going on throughout the game really does go... need to be put together. I don't think he is technically dead, though. He's just not real in the conventional sense of real. Yes, he's mold. But, like, is Wesker dead? Oh, this is very bad. This is incredibly bad. But he's not... Yeah, but, like, he's not dead... Because, like, I would argue Wesker's not dead in Resident Evil 5 until, you know, he falls into lava and, you know, dies his final death like the Dracula does. Wesker is dead. Okay, Wesker's dead as of, like, 2019, I think. I don't know when he dies. And he dies in, like, 2005, right? Let's say 2005. I keep wanting to play Revelations, but I never do because it always ends up being I want to play it with someone. And the video game won't allow me because, you know, the video game won't allow me because words are very difficult for me, who is currently smooth brain for some reason. What word am I even trying to go for? Huh. Want to play Revelations with friends, but cannot because I can't figure out how to do playing over Steam in terms of the remote controller gameplay. Okay, 2009 makes more sense. I threw out 2005 because it felt like a good number. Alright, hold. We're not being attacked here. Oh my! Because, like, Revelations 1 is the only time we see Barry again after RE1, right? Oh, fuck. It's Revelations 2. Okay. Because I remember playing the beginning of either Revelations 1 or 2, or both even. And was like, this is cool. There's this weird, like, scanning mechanic, which is fun. Yeah, the actual Resident Evil plotline is fascinating. Right now, I am trying to remember how that works. While at the same time, why do you kill all the waifus? No, we can do better than Big Booba Vampire and regular Booba Lesser Vampire. Treat yourself. To better waifu. As one would, say. Bam. I don't think Ethan really can do better. Ethan has his totally real wife of Mia, who totally isn't some nefarious, what do you call it? Wilhelm Mao. Wilhelm, the current holder of the Mandate of Heaven had his time. We will have a new meme on the top right. We need to vary our insanity as the situation dictates. And Kaiser Willie's time has passed. Namely 74 years ago when he died. That is 74 years ago, right? 84. 84 years ago. I'm sorry, Baz. I thought we were still in 2014 or 2015. And I forgot how to count. A new Kaiser and a new Reich shall rise. We're not playing Hoy. Are we excited for the centennial of the ending of World War II in 20 years? That war that totally happened 60 years ago, right? Yeah, we're not old. World War I was still only 80 years ago, guys. The 90s were 10 years ago. Right, so it does tell you if it's combinable. I don't think this game has quests, so we will just sell Ingrid's. Math triggers existential crisis. Yeah, the true evil of the advance of time. Alright. 350. So this thing probably upgrades into a much better version when compared with the other thing. I think there's a better handgun, so I kind of want to save my money. What you're supposed to spend your money on. Oh well. The full reason is, Philippe, I haven't played this game in probably about, well, let's see. 3 years. And I don't remember much. And amusingly enough, the main reason why we're playing Resident Evil 7 and 8 currently is due to me repeatedly calling James Sunderland in Silent Hill 2 remake Ethan Winters because I thought they looked similar. I think the game's having a bit of a oopsie doopsie right now. Okay, there we go. Ethan has nothing to do with James. They look kind of similar from behind. Actually, they look incredibly similar from behind. He hadn't killed his wife. That is true. I do assert that they look like the same person from behind. You just take this view, you like slice him about the front, and then you paste James onto the front, and they're the same person at that point. So, based off of that, I have created a headcanon of how Resident Evil 7 Ethan Winters ties into the plot of our hero of Silent Hill 2. And it's deeply concerning. Well, he only looks at Ethan's behinds. Ethan is a Harry Mason wannabe? I'm unfamiliar with Harry Mason. Is that the protagonist from COD? Or a protagonist from COD? I remember hearing in the deep, dark pits of my mind, Mason, what do the numbers mean? Or what have you. What? Who is Harry Mason? Alright. Google-san. Harry Mason. Yeah, like I said a few minutes ago, I've only ever played Silent Hill 2. I have been enchanted by it, and I will go through Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4, and potentially going into the depths of despair. Tell me. I mean, I physically said it! Technically, I've done both now. I've done it by lack of knowledge regarding the lore of the character's name. And I have also done it explicitly by saying I haven't played it before. Truly terrible, Baz. 1 day since treatment, 3 girls have stopped moving. They seem almost dead. An insect flew out of the eldest's mouth. It appears to be a common fly. 2 days since treatment, all 3 bodies are covered in flies. It appears flies are consuming their flesh. When I opened a window, some of the flies dropped dead to the floor. It would seem the cold petrifies them. I quickly closed the window to avoid weakening the insects further. 4 days since treatment, all 3 bodies have been completely consumed by the insects. All that is left is a dark, writhing, human-shaped mass of creatures. It is just afternoon, and the insects have started to change color. Those around the face turned pale, and those around the lips turned a deep crimson. 6 days since treatment, the massive insects have transformed into human bodies again. All 3 girls awoke, looking at me like newborns. I sense a bond between us, like mother and daughters. I've already named them. Bella, Daniela, and Cassandra. There you go. But the beginning here, my take about Resident Evil 8 being kind of the most experimental Resident Evil ever, is the idea that we have 4 separate horror games here. This segment is the El Clasico mansion segment like we have in Resi 1. And kind of feels more like it, where you have goofy stuff happening inside of a mansion. You have to solve puzzles and fight bosses. Though the bosses feel more prevalent than you would have in Resi 1. Which I feel goes with the more, like, combat-oriented life that we are living now. Let us open this dude. That's cool. That would make sense. Actually, this Halloween, I have finally seen the original vampire fanfic movie. By fanfic, I mean actual movie. Dracula with Bela Lugosi, and it's really good. It is a delightful look at media in the 1950s, which there are a lot of good movies made back then. It is a reference to Bellcat, not Bellcat. Where did Ethan learn how to play the piano is my question. Alright, we have looted Le Opera Hall. We have not looted upstairs yet. Mold Academy, Mold Superpower. Yeah. We already got the Iron Ball. Imbecile on steroids can't. Why do you hate Chris? I guess you would have a very negative opinion of Chris if you if your experience was Resident Evil 8 and then going down, because he is an asshole in this game. I really need to brush up on my pianist skills. I took a not a cloaca. I took a class on it in high school, which was a million years ago now. And I enjoyed it. Honestly, I find anything that allows me to work with my hands very soothing. So, like, picking locks is fun, woodworking's fun, other things that one does with their hands is fun. Fidget spinners are, like, boring, though. Where is the thing that I need to find? No, seriously, where is the thing I need to find? Alright, don't go wandering around on red health. Alright, let's go trigger lady again, and then investigate. Also, Crafting, bam, bam. Dumb Twitch pop-up. This... Rusty just wanted to see Kai Wynn die. Is this the step on me meme lady? Yes. Yes, it is. I completely forgot about it. I can't believe Ty Quinn died again. I mean, she just keeps on doing things to deserve it. She shouldn't have betrayed Cisco. Alright, I need to think. I think it's in the center of the... Yeah, there it is. Time to get my shotgun. Yes, yes I will. I don't really understand what the point is of turning off the... cold rays if you're just able to turn it back on again. It's a fascinating decision for the boss battle for the designers to do. My only weakness that I for some reason didn't account for when designing my room. Yeah, they just keep fighting me in rooms that are have that. She doesn't understand. Because we're not gooners, Rusty. The only person we're a pervert for is our wife. Or Zoe if you choose the bad ending in Resident Evil 7. They're like 3 years old. I thought they're like 70 years old. Like they were designed in the 50s. Yeah, ePiano has the benefit of you can just plug in a headset so you can play, so like it's great for apartments and like environments where you have neighbors that you don't want to wake up. If you, for example, work third shift and would only be able to play in at the glorious time of 6:30 a.m. I forget what this room is. Oh, right. What did we not loot from Upstairs Man? All 3 daughters are dead, right? Yeah, they should be. There is something on the upper level here that we failed to loot. And my instinct... Also, thank you for the subscription, Rusty. My instinct, tells me to look for it. Are you looking for me, lady? Well, there it is. You know, but what's funny is, like, I always make the joke that, like, my female kryptonite is, like, ladies who have big stab me energy. Like, I'm very open about this, and that it is a massive problem in my character. But, you know, I just don't get it with Lady Dimitrescu. He's like, eh. Prime narcissist is only angry about the effort she put into her children when they die. Yeah. She is a very bad person. Stab you or stab her? She stabbed me. I mean, choke then stab inclined. Rusty, we know that's definitionally untrue. She literally has stabbed us how many times now? With spikes? So, wait, well, no, it's right here. Which portrait? Oh, here it is. We can actually get a close look this time. So I feel this guy has, like, Hobbes energy, but he doesn't look cracked out enough to be actual Thomas Hobbes. That guy just looks like a video game designer. Like, I would bet this is, like, an art director or some shit. No, he looks French. That might actually be, like, a French... Is that Robespierre? No, that's not Robespierre. Jean-Jacques Robespierre. It's not Robespierre. Screen Man. This guy. He was one of the most terrible people during the French Revolution. Who's Bathtub Man? French Revolution journalist duck in bathtub. Jean-Paul Marat. I don't know if I have safe search on. Okay, yeah, no, I'm very happy I have safe search on. This guy. Is that really that explicit of a painting? It's a Renaissance portrait. View image. So it's this guy. He was trapped in a bathtub during the revolution because of a skin condition. He was a very prolific and very good writer, from what I recall. Can you Google Lens it with your phone? I'm not pulling out my phone to figure out how Google Lens work. It's that thing I've never done before. Who is this? It's not Descartes. Descartes, I think you only see depicted as like a 200-year-old vampire. Also Baron. Canada is wild, I've learned. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and he was talking about, or the guest on was a Canadian talking about, like, the Canadian political dynamic under Trudeau's government. And dude, fucking insane. And yes, the country is mostly wilderness. We're gonna boop lady a few times in the head. No. The party, the corruption within the Liberal Party, rather than, like, the ideology of the party. If you were reading the Tier Moon manga in the early days of the translation, they would add Robespierre meme to the TL notes of every chapter. Tier Moon manga. What is the Tier Moon manga? This one I will look up on my phone. Alright. So, Tier Moon manga. Tier Moon Empire? I've never seen this before. but you have small child dictator, so this looks hilarious. Alright, C Fusion. Thank you. I will take a look at that. And what did you say? If you let me see it again, I'll search for the other one. Oh, Fran's list. I mean, we can take a look. Oh my god! Ethan's knees! Oh no! Oh, this is what you were talking about looking up on Google Lens. I understand now. Alright, so the bottom one is supposed to be list, or is the top one supposed to be list? I believe that guy looks more like list, yeah. Mold injections for the knees will be the next big thing. You know, I'd love to see, like, Resident Evil 9 just be, like, just go full into the ham. I want to see, like, a return to ham. And us have, like, because Small Child is going to be the protagonist of Resident Evil 9 is my, guess of who the protagonist is going to be. It would fulfill the kind of arc of the trilogy quite well. Baz, did you have enough time to view this photo of man? The story in particular that really wowed me is, like, I think it was Trudeau's aunt who was either involved with or donated to, or was donated to by, like, $350,000. I don't know, Canadian or USD. The Trudeau government attempted to give them a $1 billion government contract for something they've never done before, or something like that. Like, a few tens of millions of dollars, fine. Like, that's normal corruption. But $1 billion? That's wild! That's impressive amounts of grift. The dagger of death flowers, which is somewhere in the castle. The antique from the Middle Ages, coated with poisons across the continent. It is said to have been crafted to kill demons and monsters. Another one is like... I think it was charity. I would have to re-listen to the episode because, like, I completely blanked on so many of the details since. Because I was catching up on, like, a backlog, of a variety of episodes. So I only remember bits and pieces. Another one is the fact that, like, how, like, many members of, like, his government were his previous babysitters or something like that. Which I think that says more about, like, how ensconced in politics the Trudeau family is, rather than the, full Nepo baby energy. But it is still hilarious. It's like, no, I want my gold. Give me my gold. But what I mean by big ham energy is for Resident Evil 9, I want, like, you to have, like, spend money on, like, upgrading your mold powers as, like, small child to, like, not jump, but, like, I don't know, have, like, better punch ability. Macron married his teacher. Oh yeah, there was the thing, there was the other thing where basically, apparently your prosecution arm of the judiciary basically was like, hey, we're going to try this Quebec company for, like, some crime. And like Trudeau basically told his what do you call it? Minister of Justice, the head of your Justice Department, Attorney General equivalent. It was like, hey, I need you to kill this case so we can like win a special election in Quebec. Which is you know, as I believe Rusty said, we do a little no, Wick said we do a little corruption here. It's just business. And whatever ain't business ain't good. But like, on that note, I'm now always remembered that not everybody, but like, I feel there's a common sentiment that like, you either think your country is the worst country for stuff, or for many people, you think the US is the worst country for stuff. But like, yeah, I do not envy you in Canada. Though I don't imagine you envy us in America, so you know what? We're both screwed together. And that's okay. As Bob Ross would say, it's a happy little accident. But please nuke this country. Well, if you had the Mandate of Heaven pass, you would be able to enforce Chinese nuking of Germany. There's a vampire, like, right here. Yeah. But I feel this is why it's important to remain positive and try and be, as supportive as you can of folks. Or not supportive, because, remain positive. Don't want the new legislature period to come, but my election helper letter has already arrived. When are your elections in Germany, Baz? Because, like, last I checked, which granted was a while ago that I heard news, like, the AFD was getting, like, powerful. Be nice if I could, not whiff these shots. Polling at 20. February 23rd. 20 sounds pretty bad. If you are not a fan of the AFD. Because, like, is your system like Britain's, where, like, your... Or is it, like, proportional to, like, what percentage of the electorate? So, like, 20% of the votes means they get 20% of the seats. Britain has a weird-ass system, which I will not ever claim to understand. Almost completely proportional. So they will get, like, 20% of the Bundestag. Bundestag? Well, it'll be an interesting decade. No, their system's completely fucked, Rusty. Like, I think their party has more in common with, like, Singapore's system Though I think Singapore system's actually pretty interesting. Last time I looked at it. But Britain has like N parties, but they from what I can understand, basically you vote for a party, parties win districts, and then the party appoints people to legislate in those districts. Which is a system. I don't say a system to have it be in a negative context or a positive context. It's just I don't understand how it functions in practice. So, bleh. Who's the dictator in Britain? The king? I mean, depending on who you talk to, people certain people don't like Mr. Starmer. I think King Charles is just a bumbling old man that people want to stay a bumbling old man. Though I don't think like no one really has the gravitas of old Biddy. Not Betty. Betty. I was trying to find like an affectionate shortening of Queen Elizabeth II. But, regrettably, I cannot. Scarlet Rot. I didn't realize that, the United Kingdom has found its way into, not Bornholm, whatever the hell that place is in, Lizzie. Yeah, Liz! Grand old Liz. Queen Mum Liz, even. Bloodborne. I didn't realize Britain has descended into the world of Bloodborne. Alright, well, we'll pretend I don't know where that item is. Queen Mum was the Queen's mum. True. Bloodborne, definitely that one. Is Scarlet Rot something else? Because Scarlet Fever is an actual thing. We can almost get Ethan's face. Can I actually get Ethan's face? No? Elden Ring! Oh, okay. Isn't Elden Ring? Alright, so it's banned from Marvel Rivals Ring. I understand. So the Queen Mum is separate to the Queen. So who was the Queen Mum? Because like when did her mother die? Because King George VI died in like 54, 52? And like if I'm assuming you're like 30, Baron, or you're in that range, so 2002? Okay. That would make sense. Oh my god, she'd lived 50 years after her husband did it. How did King George VI die? Or did he just marry someone like hella young? Big lady? Oh, Helden, you fiend. His heart died? Okay. Oh, je ne sais quoi. Is this really 1,000 gold? That price just baffles me. We probably have enough to do the boss battle with Lady. We want to grab our thing though. So I do find this mini game a bit cute. It reminds me of a game from my childhood. Which is like those maze games. It's like, oh god. It's like something only that like no modern child will probably interact with at all, but like it's like a maze and you have like little metal balls that you have to find the entrance for or what have you. I remember playing it a lot when I was living with my grandma when I was like 5. And it was quite fun. I'd like to imagine this puzzle. A big fan. I mean, what does it say here? Norstienge Labyrinths. A craftsman of the late 19th century, Norstian was branded a heretic in his homeland. He wandered the land until he settled in a remote village. There were 4 labyrinths. The castle, the house upon a hill, the water wheel, the iron tower. Upon their completion, he put a gun to his temple and took his own life. Each labyrinth is unique and requires its own specially crafted metal ball to operate. Each one contains crystallized human remains, which are said to be Nostrian's beloved wives. Oh good heavens. Alright, well, do we sell his wife? That sounds very unfortunate in that context, but we will sell his wife. Alright, bam. I said bam. Alright, everybody, we have 10,000 euro. Hell yeah. We're about to fight Big Booba Vampire. I will make a save here. To answer a question I heard as I joined, King George VI had cancer, one of his lungs removed and died of a heart attack. That is a fucking way to go, man. Because, like, I can't imagine, like, having cancer, surviving cancer, and then dying of a heart attack of all things. Killed liberal Germany? How did smoking kill liberal Germany? Did, like, your greatest partisan for the liberal democracy die of, throat cancer? Oh, right. And that is true. I have everything here. To use the lingo of today's kids, we need to go to the gooning room. So by selling his wife... No, because we're selling the corpse. So if anything, we're just the bad guy in a Victorian fashion film where you just sell corpses, apparently, as you do. Nah, she ain't coming in here. No, but, like, to go back to King George III, or the 6th, I can't imagine cancer didn't help the heart attack. He was in poor health for years after the war. Yeah, that would make sense. I don't know, when did we invent chemotherapy? Was that in the 60s, or did we have that earlier? Because I would imagine having had a few relatives now who have passed from the big C, chemo does a real fucking number on you. And, like, I can't even begin to comprehend how that would weaken you that bad. You lose a lung, of all things. And you're just weak enough for that heart attack to get you, either from stress or, like, presumably, like, the after effects of, like, you know, some heart condition that you probably developed during the war, finally catching up with you because, you know... Oh, big boob of vampire, please no. Okay. Blasting people with radiation sounds like something we used to do for tanning and coughs. I remember, Wick, that we needed, men and women, I think mainly women, to lick those, good old radium popsicles? Brushes in order to be able to manufacture a thing known as see in the dark stuff for tanks. Well, I was reading something about the Second World War, and you can't go in a lot of tanks these days due to just radium contamination. Like, they're just radioactive, so, like, you're not allowed. Which is, you know, hilarious and terrifying. Hell yeah, we are, because I keep biffing that. Alright, I don't think we're locked into the boss battle once we unlock the, Don't swim in the nuke sea. Yeah, that probably doesn't help either. Here we are. I actually had a acquaintance in college who just had a uranium source in his, not bathtub, car that he just kept in his trunk because he was a goddamn idiot. Just look at how miscolored her skin is. Like, it ain't good. Oh, I was wrong. I was very wrong. I was incredibly wrong. I ain't looking at the colors, brother. What are you looking at, Helden? Are you looking at some round... I mean, you know, this is, you know... Look at how soft this looks. I mean, look at all of the... Look at all of that mouth you can take advantage of, Helden. You got 3 mouths for the price of 1. Look, Welly, if a woman shoves her giant boobs in your face, you don't critique your foundation? I mean... You're not wrong. She would have just won if she dropped you off over nothing. Well, remember, Baz, she's a narcissist, so she's obviously making the battle a particular way. Title narrator. According to all known laws of aviation, there's no way a big lady should be able to fly. Didn't she spare you for no reason for like 10 times already? She's just playing with her food. And actually, like, Rusty, now that I think about it, I will have, or I don't remember if it was Rusty or Wick. No, it was Wick. It was Wick. So, isn't there, like, a practice known as, like, nagging, which is, like, kind of insulting someone in order to make them feel, like, worse about themselves in order to make you seem like a more attractive candidate? Or something like that? So I suppose, in a sense, for some people, they do that, where, like, the lady is shoving, like, big booba in her face, your face, and you're like, damn, girl, your makeup looking whack. Which, you know, does seem quite untoward. I'm sure there's a way we're supposed to be able to handle that, but, my brain is not so vast. I don't know how bad someone's makeup would have to be that you would, like, deactivate the bone zone. Like, does someone have to have, like, clown makeup on? Is that going too far, or is that, like, Pog for some people? Because, like, if we're analyzing video Trump level... Ooh. I'm trying to think of, like, a famous person, like a female person who has, like, that level of spray tan. And I can only think of, like, Paula Deen. But she's, like, not that, though. So that's, like, a misnomer. Yes, you make them feel bad and they think they won't find someone else if they leave you. So yeah, then from that perspective, like, certain people do that. Japanese subculture where they tan. That's Gagaru. Or something like that. Not Gargamel. Gangaro? Yeah, Gangaro. And, like, that's Dutch for the Clussy. So you have, like, female Ronald McDonald, and you're going Awooga. I think that's a bridge too far. Like, I'm not a person who kink shame most of the time, but I think sometimes people rightfully need to be kink shamed. If you're having, like, a sex fantasy about, like, Ronald McDonald, I think we might actually need to summon the big guns. Like, I hate Freud, but, like, brother, I think you need Freud. Now, granted, that'd probably fuck you up more. Dating over here. Thanks, Baron, I hate it. I hate that phrase. I hate that phrase so much. Let me go find the Phoenix Wright meme. No, not my attorney badge. She actually calls us a demon. Oh, lordy, lordy, what did you send, C-Fusion? No, it's okay, Bez. The mold gives us a Icarus fast defense system. She was clearly very soft. Alright, what is this? I'll have to watch this later. Footage from the infamous Miles Edgeworth in 2022. Oh no. Oh, now that I think about it, there's gonna be Phoenix Wright memes about, like, Phoenix defending Diddy or something like that, isn't there? Oh my good lord. We're gonna have Phoenix Wright in, like, Diddy versus the United States of America. Oh no.
これでやっと出られる。
Wait, Eve? So the last biomechanical component that we looked at was Evelyn. So, like, I guess we'll get told by Big Chungus to, like, wipe it off and be like, no, that is your daughter. And we'll have to have a very dramatic, no! Or something like that. That feels like the thing to do, right? Finish the item as requested. Please lure it through the house with the red chimney. Go through the caves and the ruins down to the village. Do not want. Alright. So, that is our first horror game that we have quote-unquote completed. We will now no longer see Big Booba Woman again. If we are going to take on the shitpost persuasion of that, remember to drop your Fs in the chat for Big Booba. Because next we have the FNAF energy horror. No, that was an actual request. That was a sardonic comment about modern nonsense. But we do need fish. He holds his knife so strangely. I know, Bummer. I love it. It's like he's holding a pen, and it's so cute when you do this. A good nonverbal shout is very cathartic. Fuck, we didn't get the treasure. Do I reload for the treasure? Oh, my loot goblin instincts are screaming at me right now. Never mind. We no longer have... We get to see Big Booba Woman one more time. Or a few more times, I guess. See if there's anything else we can do. Actually, you know what? We'll wait for the door to open. I'm gonna save one more time, and I'm gonna see if there's any other bonus items I can get. Because of how quickly the game opens and closes, this is actually not that costly. This is really weird you can't access the bonus store from here. Alright. I want the knife. I have 185,000 points. Okay. What do we need for the steak? So I turned off infinite ammo because it felt a bit cheesy for us, which actually makes me very sad, but let's get the not goofy knife and complete all stage. We could have gotten a lightsaber. Why didn't I do this previously? Imagine Ethan wielding a lightsaber. That would be amazing. Ah. I'm absolutely heartbroken now. No, well. It do be like that. Cinematic universe expands. The Star Wars. There's only so far I can go. My brain is not that massive, Wick. I won't be like Jake and claim that I have the forbearance, forlorn knowledge of an entire galaxy at my hands in order to achieve my objectives. How was mold connected to midichlorians? That's a great question. That's a fantastic question, even. I wish I knew more about what midichlorians were. So, like, I guess, like, if we think about it, midichlorians are basically kind of like the Star Wars equivalent of the dust, or the drugs that allow you to exhibit psychic abilities, right? So, basically, it's some MacGuffin, if you will, that provides you the ability to have psychic powers. How effective is... Oh my god, this is amazing. We're going knife only for a bit, everybody. This looks so dumb. Da 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 da. Oh my god, this is so much more effective than the pistol. Because it stun locks them too, that's great. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh. Some, like, arbitrary MacGuffin, if you will, that allows you to activate psychic abilities. Cool. So, what, if you will, my fair friend, would elaborate on what is the mold stuff? I don't fucking know. I don't think the Resi developers know either, if I want to be entirely honest here. But what we do know, in a most dramatic type of stance, is that it does provide psychic abilities. How do we know this? We know this because Evelyn has psychic powers in the first game. Presumably, now that I think about it, her daughter will as well, which is terrifying. But that's neither here nor there. Oh, fuck. Our daughter will as well, presumably. And what we'll probably see is that what am I missing here? I guess presumably the mold agent that is present with our femme fatale here is probably some sort of midichlorian activation tool, or like, you know how in like some manga and anime and whatnot you have like artificial heroes, or like that kind of trope? It just might be it's like a means to create artificial Jedi, which then would imply, like, is this mold only found on Earth? I guess it would be because it, started on Earth, evolved on Earth, if you will. Which then goes to the question, like, is Earth doesn't exist in Star Wars anymore? Like, it got glassed at some point, presumably, because, like, I feel it would have some cultural significance. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Earth is never mentioned in any of the movies. I don't know about the books. Though, I guess, in a sense, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Yeah, no, I realize where you're going with this. Yeah, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Which I think is a massive cop-out, if I'm gonna be entirely honest here. This George Orwell guy, or George Lucas guy, really couldn't have come up with anything else. Come now. Alright. Loot secured. What are we missing from here? I thought we got the up boy. We did. Is there, like, some, like, Twinkie I'm missing? Some type of treat that I can imbibe? The answer to that is a resounding no. Tasting room, distillery. I don't feel fully compelled to get everything. That might be in the ass, but I feel that adds more to the tension. What little there is. Alright. We are giving up on loot. It is a heavy heart that I must say that phrase. A very vast heavy heart. I think Big Booba Woman is activated by noise? So I think if we want to avoid her, we should either walk or not, or walk or crouch. Alright, we shall sell this stuff, Crystal Skull, the eye ring, and be happy. We'll save the lockpick. The Booba's only see movement. Oh my goodness. Motion tracking Booba. That... I don't know how to respond to that, if I'm gonna be entirely honest. This feels like some Todd Howard like energy, if I'm gonna be honest here. Like the Elder Scrolls 7 is going to be capable of engaging in the ne'er-do-welledness of that. Grab, please. You see those booba in the distance? You can climb those. No, Baron. What's unfortunate is, like, on my view, both you and Baz are red and your names start with a B. So for a very brief moment, I thought Baz said that, and I was very, like, oh my goodness. Baz disappointed in me. As you should be. I have a serious skill issue when it comes to reading, apparently. Though I think we all knew this, already. I haven't leveled up. That's more of a Baz message. See, exactly, that's why I was so, like, oh my goodness. At first there. Alright, we saw... Actually, we'll watch her get stabbed one more time. We lose the Ara Ara energy lady. And we lose our other knife. And once again, I forgot the craft healing. You know, I wonder if we can kind of force this in as like an allegory for the French Revolution, right? Because, like, you know, we're all big believers in death of the author, right? Totally. Even when the authors haven't died yet. Like, if we think about it, we have some, like, old-timey aristocrat who isn't actually old-timey or an aristocrat. But what about the murder of the author? My lawyer has just informed me that, I should say no. So, my answer is no. I think that actually did enough damage to trigger her next phase. Or not. This knife is so powerful. Like, this knife was, like, killing enemies. Like, with the full force of the business. No, the full force of the business, as one might say. It's a CS knife, after all. That is true, it is a CSGO knife. And therefore, it's able to take down, like, the evil man. But no, I do, to a certain extent, find the oh boy. I do find the concept of the death of the author to be a bit silly. It does have its place because, you know, no one's grasp of the English language is infinitely powerful. But I think, like, you can get, like, a little fillady at times, depending on how you go with it. Because you could ascribe, like, infinitely clever author. That is true. I'm speaking for English-speaking, or English-writing authors specifically here, Baz. Well, it's like, what do you call it? I've just internalized my Anglo bias. And I assumed all languages are English. That should answer your question. I'm language racist. Alright. It is a framework. I don't think it's used as a fundamental rule of the universe. Yeah. Hell yeah. Alexa, play America. Fuck yeah. You know, that is something that always baffles me, that you see, or used to see, like, on streams, is like, someone said, Alexa, chat GPT, how to, the anarchist cookbook, or something like that. And then Alexa is like, so, like, they're listening to whatever they're doing, or whatever streamer they're listening to on, like, their speakers, rather than their headset, and, like, Alexa's like, committing war crime. Would you like it in beige? And you're like, no, I don't want to be on a watch list. Which, you know, is probably my own bias of, like, I never listen to any media, either with headphones or a headset. Which I suppose is also fascinating as well. If we want to get into a meta-analysis, like, why is that my assumption? But I do think that's going a bit too far down a very irrelevant rabbit hole. Maybe it's podcasts. Yeah. Why am I trying to be this sheep? Because it's effective. But I don't know.
我らに差し伸べられん深夜の月が黒き翼で舞い上がり最後の明かりを待つのみ生にも死にもマザーミランダに栄光を
おい覚えてるか城じゃ危うく死にかけたこの村で一体何が起きてるんだ
死にかけたということは生きてるということ賢者と交わす問答じゃ
とぼけるなよまだローズが見つからないあの子はどこへ連れて行かれた
もう手遅れじゃいや正しくは手遅れになりかけているあの子は生贄となる命に捧ぐため
中世の話じゃあるまいしただの赤ん坊だ
4つの家紋を探せば道が開けるかもしれぬぞ
謎かけしてる場合じゃない探してるのは娘だ
な 謎が解けた時謎かけではなくなる。
Well, you see, Rusty, the Resident Evil universe actually takes place in a Man in the High Castle victory scenario where the Nazi economy collapsed in the 80s and the Japanese somehow, like, conquered them and then used that to commit linguistic genocide and force everybody to speak Japanese. This has been brought to you by WatchMojo.com. Yet another reason why we don't want to live in the Resident Evil universe. Because it's an Axis victory scenario and the Japan victory scenario after the Axis victory scenario. I understand where the horror comes from now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then it's tied to the Umbrella Corporation somehow, which is even more baffling. that plot line I completely forgot about. So, really, there's not much in this game for me to add, in regards to, like, our goofy, you know, Ray Kurzweil cinematic expression here. You need werewolves, cat girls. No. I believe in brain rot. In my heart of hearts, I do truly do. But there is such a thing as a bridge too far. And I think that is, indeed that. Well, no, we could probably get worse than that if we really wanted to. I don't think... do I really want to expand on that? I probably will. If Musk won't give us cat girls. I think there's going to be, like, an anarchist weeb rebellion against Elon Musk if we don't get anime cat girls by 2030. Like, we're going to have, like, an anarcho-primitivism revolt. Make it happen. See, I'm not sure I'm that pro-cat girl to, support such a movement. They're too busy gooning. Incels have enough. I don't think the entire market for anime cat girls are incels, though. Mainly because I don't think that incels would be able to handle anime cat girls, if I'm going to be entirely honest here. More of a slime girl, man. Wait, calm down. Our brain rot isn't that vast quite yet. Because obviously dog girls are the best subcategory here, that's all I'm gonna say. But, in all seriousness, they are indeed the easiest to radicalize. Like, if you were going to radicalize anime fans specifically, like, we really wanted to go down that train, that wild ride. Like, what would we do? Would we, like, ban hentai? What would we do? We declare a war against Kissexis. You say that Attack on Titan is mid, which it is. Uncensor hentai. That might de-radicalize them though, Ritwick. We're trying to radicalize Max. A radicalization maxing? Is that what would we say if we were 12 today?
無駄骨だった。
そうですか。でも何か手に入れられたのでは。
ああ、何かはわからないが。
Poor Max.
娘さんがその中にいるじゃないですか。
何を言ってる。
よく見てごらんなさい。
Don't drop your fucking daughter, you idiot.
頭部が入っているようですね。
いや、そんな、なんで。
ローズ様は。
ちょっと黙っててくれ。いや、こんなのありえない。嘘だと言ってくれ。
娘さんはまだ死んではいませんよ。特別な力をお持ちなのです。
一体誰がこんなことを。
助ける方法ならあります。
助ける。何言ってる。どういうことだ。
村の西側に赤い煙突の家があります。そこにいる男を訪ねなさい。この話の続きはその後で。
もったいぶるなよ。何なのかさっさと答えろ。
私を信じなくても結構ですが、娘さんのためです。どうぞお好きに。すべてはお客様次第。そうでしょう。
I don't think everything's Daijobu right now, Decoy. Yeah, he's Big Chungus. Here. How the fuck do I do this? Not open shop. That's supposed... No! Fuck! Alright. Tab out of the game. Take a snip. Open it in Paint. Alright, how... No, that's Photoshop. Screen Man. Alright, how do I crop an image? There we go. So, like, really, what we have to consider here is, like... Like, he's just, like... This is Bugs Bunny in his later years. You know, he's getting a little bit older. That looks too much like a penis. But, like... He's getting, why can't I fucking... Okay, that's good enough. He's getting a bit older. You know, he still has to manage his finances somehow. I mean, this is why he invented the carrot peeler, right? Looks... It just looks like a fucking cock! I mean, it doesn't look... Well, I mean, depends. Yeah. Ignoring that train of thought. And then we, like, do, like, a little inside now. We have, like, a little inside. There we go. Okay, wait a second. Let's just color that in. I'm really happy I didn't go with the next color. Well, you see, like, this is the timeline we're living in. Bugs Bunny has had it so well for so long that he, He doesn't even ask what's up, Doc, anymore. He does the obesity for decades. Where is my mouse? There it is. Listen. Everything is fine, and now we have a new friend. Like I said, we're going to vary it. We have a new friend for our Bazalmo spot. We can just have our friend Big Chungus. It's our current stream sponsor. He doesn't even ask what's up, Doc, anymore because the answer has been obesity for decades now. I mean... don't sell fish. He has more randomizers to do in the randomizer mine. We don't want El Bomba. F2 rifle, high mag scope. We'll buy his healing. We'll save everything else for now. Oh, and we were gonna look at the flask more closely to see if it reveals any secrets to us. So you have the Umbrella Corporation symbol here. Recently deceased, procedure is untested and early subjects were destroyed too quickly to collect definitive data. Sorry, data. And they turned our daughter's head into a crystal. I think that looks like a crystal. A mold crystal. Specimen 0x date. Okay. We shall put our daughter's head into the device. Apparently we have the ability to view psychic visions now as well. Though, if you do enjoy Looney Tunes, I would recommend checking out the series that came out in the mid-2000s. It is a delightfully irreverent jumble. I really need to get better at fucking shooting these birds. Just think of all the money I'm wasting right here. We do need to get in there. I think that just triggers later? Or unlocks later in the game? But now we have to go hunting. For, various medicaments. As one does. Give these to Duke. I'm trying to think what does a Bugs Bunny victory scenario look like? Is it truly just obesity? Actually, I would just say, oh wow, you can get fucking derricked by two of these guys. That's hilarious. So that is also hilarious. Combo. Exactly. This knife is so dumb. It's great. I never would have expected that the goofy ass knife is as powerful. I literally just talked about this. I don't care if it falls off the map now, it's the principle of the manor at this point, if I'm gonna be fully honest. Oh, I might have gotten the other one. I didn't get the other one. Oh, I did get the other one, hell yeah. No, no wonder you don't like cat girls, you just wanted a bunny boy on screen. I mean, bunny boys are pog, depending on the context. I was gonna make a Ken Ashcorp comment here, but I think that is a panda boy. Or, actually, no, his... Ken Ashcorp, great artist, incredibly degenerate, very confusing internet persona. Or, fursona, I guess. That is not a word I really wanted to say aloud. A panda girl. Yeah, Absolute Territory is a very fun song about the Japanese concept of absolute territory. For those of you who don't know, if it is a lass who is wearing thigh highs, it is the gap between her skirt and the top of her thigh high, fucking whatever the fuck, stockings. Which is so incredibly Japanese that I cannot... I don't know how to address that concept. And listen, we're true farm lads now. It is a time-honored tradition that we murder the chicken for our food. Because it is all... Oh god. It is only with great sacrifice do we acquire a great benefit, as the Klingons, otherwise known as the Ferengi, would say. I feel that I will now be called a Patak and now executed by the Klingon High Council. But, that's fine. My favorite Ken Ashcorp song, if I'm gonna be entirely honest, is probably Touch Fluffy Tail. It's just fun. Recorded by an H, arrived at site, no sign of Ethan Winters or Rose Winters. Infiltrated village. Bioweapons, EW, RW unknown, base in church. LB TD K9. Research laboratory, NH, analyze mold samples. Alpha infiltrate factory. Are we supposed to know any of these people? NH. What Resident Evil character would have NH? Because who are Resident Evil characters that are still alive? You have Sherry Birkin, you have Leon Kennedy, you have Ada Wong, you have Chris Redfield, you have Rebecca Redfield, you have James Sunderland, you have, who else do we have on the block? Scream from the house chimney, gonna take a look, blocked by debris, take long way around. If I'm not back by morning, you should go to Louise's house alone. Oh, is this the girl and her father who died? Okay, we really need to buy that inventory upgrade, apparently. I wanted to be cheap, but I have not been given the allowance to, which is tragic. Yeah, give me your box. I don't know when we get the ability to have him cook us food that we can nibble on. Actually, now that I think about it, presumably Duke is also influenced by the mold monster, right? Because he is like Resident Evil boss monster sized. Not to be rude, but that is an accurate statement, I feel. And he's still like perfectly happy being alive. In a spooky village full of like vampire monsters and like werewolves and other such nonsenses. So he's probably like consorting, cavorting with Mother Miranda in some manner. We need a pallet jack handle. Oh, wait, that rolled out in front since the last time we were here. I don't recall that being in the way. Or was it? The entire time? I am actually very put upon, or big sad, as one might say, that we don't have a box. I want to, like, put away some of my glorious ammo I've acquired very legitimately by, murdering, all these bug monsters. Oh, that's way too many numbers. 04... 07, 04, 08. Save the ammo for Resi 9. Daughter! This is your legacy! Or my legacy to you, daughter! Just like an entire, like... not 7-Eleven. 07, 08, 04? It's 04, 07, 08. If... Yeah, it's gonna be 04, 07, 08. No, it's 07, 04, 08. So, medium, big, small. Medium, small, big. And there's a jack handle and a better pistol. Hell yeah. Alright, we are immediately throwing out Lemmy for scrap. What's the description on the M1911? Fully automatic handgun, small semi-automatic pistol, examine. So much power... plus 30? As much as I would like to use the, as much as I would like to have used the, our fateful friend, the goofy, knife here. I am honestly impressed at how good this knife is, and I now wonder if, like, this is how you're supposed to beat, like, Village of Shadows, or whatever the fuck it is, with more sort of gusto, so to speak. Gusto, ugh. sometimes I feel like an absolute caricature. Like, when has been the last time anyone, or not a caricature, like a complete anachronism? Because, like, when is, like, the last time anyone has used gusto in a sentence? Naturally. Because it feels like some foppish thing one might do, who's like, some dilettantes who's like, oh, I have to move with gusto in order to reach my luncheon today. It's like, geez, like, don't want to be characterized in that manner. I hear something though, and it's driving me nutto bananas. It might be in here actually. Oh, it's a pig. Also, I find it fascinating. All of these pigs were just gone. And now they found their way home. Okay, there is something in here. I am not crazy. It's in here. I swear it's in here. I am being gaslit by a Resident Evil right now, I think. Maybe it's in the other room. Yes, it was the other room. I don't think it's the garlic that is giving off the loot bell. You know what? I'm going to lose my mind if I just keep looking at this. Though I do think I'm going in the direction I'm supposed to go, so I'm actually going to go back under. I do think my spirit animal, otherwise known as my brain, is telling me that the next game we're probably going to go through is our marvelous friends in the Alan Wake universe. Because I'm really in a unforgivable, really, goofy horror game feeling. Why the yes, Nemi? Because I know it's part of, like, the greater Control kind of expanded universe, and I find that deeply fascinating. Because I watch Jesse Cox is the YouTuber who has been around since forever, or as I like to say, forever. It really left an impression on me as being a fascinating experience. Plus, like, what they're trying to do with, like, all of, like, the SCP style things I find fascinating. And I love it when developers reasonably delve into the madness of their own hearts and go in. But yeah, all I remember is Alan Wake, the original game, is kind of like that. Not Dean Koontz. Who's that other guy? Stephen Hawking, Stephen Bridge, Stephen was his name. Monsoon. I don't know why. Stephen King. There we go. Stephen Monsoon. That sounds like a porn star, actually. Oh no. But Stephen King had a Novel, I believe, where you have a author going to a place to write and weird things happen. That's like the you get from king to monsoon. No, 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 Nemi. I got from monsoon to king. I mean, sometimes we have to play Jenga with our brain, right? Where it's just like, I see. Well, it's just like, is king an adjective or a noun? I guess monsoon is a noun. King can be an adjective or a noun. And every second Stephen King novel is about an author going to place experiencing strange things. Yeah. I feel to a certain extent you do want to go out about it, but then again, who am I to criticize fucking one of the most prolific authors in history? Though at the same time, isn't Stephen King... You know, it's awfully suspicious that he says that, Nemi, now that I think about it, because he did write that one book about killing JFK. So all I'm going to say is, where was Stephen King November 8th, 1963? Right? Um Apparently I'm a Stephen King truther today. The fuck am I? Alright, so this way. At any rate, Alan Wake was influenced a lot by Stephen King. I would believe that. To be entirely honest, I was watching a bit of Alan Wake 2 played earlier today, when I was in my Minecraft zone, which I'm currently running a server with a few friends, and colleagues, as well. Have a delightful old time. I was listening to it as like the Minecraft background noise, as I am wont to do, because alleged ADHD energy, hell yeah. But like, I'm like, okay, this is weird. I like weird. Weird is just kind of the energy I want to do. I remember the first game being weird. I remember it gets frustrating towards the end, but then again, what game ever made in like the 2000s doesn't get frustrating towards the end? Though I could be confusing it with American Nightmare, which I think is a much more action-oriented version of Alan Wake. Which is like a Alan Wake 1.5 or something like that. But, you know, I'm not... I haven't engaged in Alan Wake lore in a very long time, so I won't claim knowledge when it would be untruthful to do. Though, I am really curious about how, to segue here significantly, how the evolution of generative AI is going. Because there's one bit I've been wanting to do for a while, which is like whenever I have to take a water break or something, to play an ad spot. And as we all know, the ad spots here aren't actual ads. They're me running my mouth about some made-up product, or Bernie Sanders and his wife Meredith homegrown strip brothel, or something like that. As one does. And, like, I I am entranced with the idea of actually trying to get, like, an actual video component added to it. So I'm very curious about Sora and stuff like that to see if and when it'll work. But as always, you have to worry about hallucination and that's the ilk of that, when dealing with it. Though it is much better than it used to be. But no, the idea of, like, just making a bunch of, like, visualizations and then dubbing over them just warms the cockles of my black heart. I have no idea how I got over here. Am I just dumb? So I go that way, I go over here, I go this way, and then into this building. I don't know. I have been trying to think of things that I can put my creative juice into. I've been thinking about working on, alternatively, a podcast, which I have titled For Alpha Centauri, and, like, using it as a mechanism to analyze the development of human social structures over time, and, like, what lessons we have learned, and how we can apply that going forward. Like, having each season focused around one topic. So season 1 focused around the development about societal complexity in how we organize, and then, you know, season 2 can be about like different ideologies over time. That sounds, like, really, like, wonky and fun, and I enjoy a lot of, like, wonky stuff when it comes to, like, policy. Because I'm a sociopath. Building weirdos like policy. Which is why I enjoy stabbing werewolves so much. The Abraham Lincoln and I have that much in common. Actually, the movie was Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, not Werewolf Hunter. My apologies. What do you mean it's locked from the other side? Okay. Alright. As fun as it is to, oh god. Yeah, it's 1911. Oh, no, 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 no. This is just pathetic at this point. We've unloaded 2 clips into him. The knife actually is just a better weapon to fight him with. This is amazing. Oh, this is the best Resident Evil knife. We're big lady. Helden. I'm sorry, my guy. But, she didn't make it. Yeah, regrettably, she is in waifu hell. You know, the I think about it, she's probably a VTuber now. She's up there in the internet sky with all those other VTubers, doing VTuber things. What is a VTuber thing? That is something I don't actually want to consider. You know, that does raise a good point. I wonder if there is a horror game entirely focused around Big Booba Monster. Though that would probably just be a hentai game at that point, wouldn't it? Was there a hentai game that does just focus on fighting Big Booba Monster? That feels like it probably exists. But I'm not going to look it up right now because I'm a coward. Apparently Ethan just likes getting eaten out. It's a tragic way to go. But where else do we have to explore? We're not going to have a repeat of Skyrim. I stand by that I was framed. Long absence, key Benevito's gardener. Okay. I was framed by a Skyrim mod. I downloaded it because I wanted better body textures. I didn't realize that it had booba. I thought I deleted it. And in fact, it was not. It was a rigged... It was a... Okay, don't know how to fucking land that one. I thought everything was okay. It was in fact not okay. A likely story. Aimed by yourself. I mean... Come on. That is my story, and that is what I'm sticking with. Yes, that is my court-appointed story in order to maintain some semblance of innocence. Ignore any loopholes, plot holes, or Hideo Kojima-sized crevasses that may therein reside the lore. I didn't mean to do that. That probably has to be my biggest complaint with, like, the healing system in this game, is, like, I want to go in and, like, just trigger a single piece, 3 more parts, need to make it whole. Make us whole, Ethan. Sacrificed 2 goats to Mother Miranda. Offered wool to Mother Miranda. She instructed I find her a list of drugs and tools in the next few days. What for, I wonder? No message from Mother Miranda, yet the livestock won't stop their ruckus. Take items to the cave church at sunrise. What I saw was frightful. The 4 great lords were there, and Mother Miranda holding a child. She whispered something and touched the child. I can't explain, but the child turned into white crystal. Then I couldn't help but speak up, and I asked her why she did such a thing. Mother Miranda just smiled at me. This is the chosen child. She will return to original form no matter what befalls her. Then she gave each lord a part of the crystal in a flask, and they left. Forgot to bow to Mother Miranda before I fled. I'm still shaking. What did she do? What is that child? And now we go to the... not Five Nights. I really don't know how to classify this next part, if I'm going to be entirely honest. Five Nights at Freddy's is too uncharitable. Which, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's is okay as, like, a meme thing. It really is advantaged by, oh, what do you call it? It's really advantaged by the whole concept of the kind of meta-narrative that goes on, which is much more interesting than the gameplay, which is quite bad. But I guess I'm thinking more in the sense of horror genre, quote unquote, 2 that we're playing is more in the Slender Man vein. Where you're going around spooky place is trying to kill you, and presumably you entreat with the Lord of the Spooky Place and beat them. As one does when you're fighting monsters. But I think you're ultimately limited in that kind of way. Because, like, the Silent Hills, as I understand it, and Silent Hill 2 did it very well, where you're battling with something ominous, something oppressive, is the better way to do that, rather than lean into that more than the survival horror aspects. Because, like, Resident Evil Spooky is spooky due to the sort of tension arising from the survival horror, and, like, if you're small child, very, very spooky due to Zombambo. It's worse for franchising, though. No, I think Silent Hill does pretty well for that, given the fact that we have, like, how many pachinko machines? So they're doing pretty well. Alright, so we have man. There's a well there that I need to get. I can go there by this way again. I think we'll cleared all of them at that point. Hello, Blobber and friends! I hope you had a wonderful UFO 50 stream. And welcome to the wonderful wide world of Resident Evil 8. Where, yeah, it's a video game. It's much better than Resident Evil 7, so I'm very happy to play it. Dino Tower Defense? I really need to give UFO 50 a gander at some point. I keep hearing, like, fun things from it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. This game, the AI is a cheating bastard. So, by this game, are you throwing discs? Is it like a throwing thing? Also, I did have I find well, I watched the penultimate ultimate cage match, and it was a very fun stream, Blobber. I'm very happy you finally got to do the game justice, so to speak.
羽を見つけた。この金細工でどうローズを助ける？まあ落ち着いて、まずその鍵を使ってローズ様の瓶を集めねばなりません。残りはどこにある？瓶は全部で4つ。残りの3つは各貴族が持っています。貴族？
I'm sad your turbo
統治している冷酷な教祖ミランダのもとには4人の貴族が仕えています。1人はあなたが倒したドミトレスク夫人、2人目は村の奥深く霧の谷に住む人形使いのドナ。彼女の屋敷に入った者は二度と帰っては来られません。そして3人目は風車を抜けた先の湖に住む怪人モロー。その湖には他にも恐ろしい怪物が住むと言います。最後にして最も危険なのがハイゼンベルク卿。人里離れた工場に潜んでいます。噂によると彼の工場には想像を絶する恐怖が待ち構えているのだとか。
Alright, so we got more map.
娘さんを助けたければまずは4つの瓶を集めることです。今回だけは特別にそれぞれの場所を地図に記しておきました。また村には貴重な品が眠っています。どれもきっとあなたのお役に立つはずです。
なぜここまで？
いえ、あくまで顧客サービスの一環ですのでお気になさらず。今後ともどうぞごひいきに。ああ、ええ。ああ、そうだ、あなた。いい食材が見つかればぜひお
Alright,
持ちください。
so fish. Yeah, actually, I think I screwed that already.
食材が揃いましたな。では早速。召し上がれ。さあ、ご一緒に。まさか極寒のこの土地でこれほどの料理にありつけようとは。
So we need to find some more meat to get this one. Yeah, I can see Two Souls being a winner.
食材をお待ちしていますので。
I think it has the right balance between story nonsense and David Cage nonsense, where you're able to dot those I's, cross those T's, sort of speak. I am sad your Turbo Enforcer, Connor, did not get to kill the Robo Messiah. And I'm also sad that Mr. Krabs committed suicide. Everybody I've watched in the community who's played the game, their Mr. Krabs has committed suicide. Helden's Mr. Krabs committed suicide. I think both of your Mr. Krabs did. So it's inspired in me the desire to play Detroit Become Gabongo, the which one? He killed us more than he killed himself. No! Mr. Krabs is your buddy cop for Connor. Yeah, I didn't realize. It was fascinating to watch you play because I didn't realize you could actually get him to kill you. Cause like, I was talking about this earlier. You play the David Cage games by playing the character as I see it, which is not how the developers intend you to play the David Cage games. If you're playing the like the Supermassive games, it's 100% how the developers play it. Like you should always play the characters in those and to get the good endings. But David Cage is like, oh no, you should ignore the emotions and the wants of your characters and enforce your will upon them. Ah, I'm Canadian, or what have you. And like, It felt so bad when Kara was like, "Well, I guess it's time for small child to die." It's like, oh no. Yeah. Obnoxious moralism is just the energy of David Cage. I think I think it has been enough time, and like the annals of like the David Cage games I've played have been wiped from my memory, and I don't have any VODs of it, that I think either sometime this year, sometimes next year, I do want to go through all the David Cage games again, and then maybe a year or two after that, if any of us are still alive and I'm still streaming, I want to do them again and achieve the quickest failure state we can. Like, how can we lose at this game as quickly as we can?
いいところにちょうど暇していたところです。
More or less.
全ては投資の一環です。
Because, like, I hate David Cage as a game designer. He's a fucking pretentious asshole. It makes me so sad that this guy's just, like, fucking doing opium. I am very fucking... I am speaking like I'm written in a Resident Evil game at this point. No, but this guy's just like toking on opium while we're like doing our thing. But as I was blathering on about, I love the idea of David Cage games. They are horrible pieces of media. And as a result, we should love them for how terrible they are. That's probably a bad take to have, given, like, the... Damn it. Given that just encourages David Cage to make more games. Though, he hasn't made one since Detroit, and, like, the developments... Google-san... Alright. Is David Cage making a new game? Wasn't he in jail? Yes, David Cage is... No. No! Please, God, no! I don't know if this is AI malfeasance or what have you, but it's a Star Wars game. We're going to have a Star Wars game. Oh. Did he get fired? Star Wars Eclipse is Quantic Dream's most ambitious project. Let's look at his video game designer. What does his wiki say? He's still active. He's still the CEO of Quantic Dream, so he hasn't been fired yet. Oh, he's French, not Canadian. My apologies to the Force Ghost of Baron. I did not want to castigate you, another Justin Bieber-like figure. Yeah. They were bought out? How dare you? I'm sorry, Baron. Alright. Yeah, I mean, people like having media that confirms their own opinions, so because David Cage takes a fairly milquetoast to his takes, we don't have anything overly controversial. We just have something very annoying. In video games. Because, like, not first game, I have no idea what Omicron is about, and we'll probably begin with Omicron if I'm gonna be entirely honest in my next, in my own cage match. But you know, Big Chungus and the Muppets. We have, you know, he is your own cage back with blackjack and hookers. Pretty much. I don't think I want to... I want to try and figure out my own shtick for it. Um... Because much like your local media firm, we have to rebrand everything. Just like the brief-lived segment of challenges that was copying the weekly one-shot, which is copying 2 Hours of Hell. We titled it The Theater of Brain Rot. Which might come back, but I don't feel is appropriate for the theme of the channel in general, but it could be fun to sprinkle them in every now and again. Then need a better title than Theater of Brain Rot, since it's not appropriate to the content that is produced. We cannot shoot our hallucination wife. Oh no. I'm not pressured about it. I have... Hell, let me pull out my content journal. So, you see, I have the desire to make actual produced content to a certain extent. Talking about this earlier with the idea of using Sora or something else to kind of generate videos that I can overdub or something like that. There's another bit where I want to do where it's like Kids Bop, but I sing Rick Astley in like different languages. Let's see. So some of the products that were denied here are yeah, I'm definitely not going to say that one. That one probably isn't going to fly. But the idea of it is personal anamorph management, believable transformation services. I think it's believable transformation services is the meta concept, or the concept of the idea of the brand. But the products would be yeah, nothing fun. Pambits? No, it's been a while since I looked at it, and I think it was 2 different names that I was looking at: personal anamorph management or believable transformation services. For example, we have an anamorph of John Lennon turning into a walrus, which is kind of boring. We have a certain character turning into a dolphin. I'll let you figure out what character that is and why a dolphin. And no, it's not Hitler. That would be very boring and too obvious. Some products that I wrote down are medicated peanut butter. This is like something I wrote down like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now, that I don't know what to do with now. I'm not sure if you could tell by now, but I'm not funny. Baritol, Smart Mace, Dr. Henning's Tropical Safari Adventures, Dr. Henning's Tranquilizer Darts, Radioactive Fish Sauce, and Homemade Italian Grinders, which I wasn't sure if I was going to make that into a pornography service or a cannibalism service. But that is everything I have written down for now for that. For ads, at least. Baritol seems like a medicine that turns you into a bear. That would make sense. Regrettably, it's been so long since I wrote that down. I only have the product name, and I have no idea what the marketing material was supposed to be about that. Which, for those of you familiar with this game, or bear lycanthropy, yeah, that would make sense. There's a game called Fish Sauce, Adelson. Not Shyster, not Fish Oil, no. God, what's it called? It's like a God. Board game about product names. Not the logo board game. Fish oil salesman. Oh God, what were the names for the late 19th century, early 20th century, miracle tonic salesman? It's not snake oil, thank you. I think the game is just called Snake Oil. Board game. So, like, if you're a board game oriented individual, we're having a lot of Screen Man today as I just delve into concept. So basically, the purpose of this game is you draw 2 cards, and basically you arrange them however you need. So, for example, Snowbeard, or Animal Rock, or what have you. Rock Protester, Soldier Brush, Zombie Paint. And basically, the point of the game is basically that is your product, and you have to figure out how to market that product to your friends, and whoever has the best marketing pitch has the wins. It's a cute game. It's goofy. Like, for example, you can have Truth Spy, Geek Greed, or what have you. Zombie animal that pet will never die because it's already dead. I mean, it's great for some of the characters in Catcher in the Rye, or of Mice and Men, I should say, or the Looney Tunes parody of Mice and Men, where the bunny keeps dying. So I'm guessing daughter died? I don't know, but part of the reason why I am thinking about, like, going more into bits is, like, I would like to figure out how to be more amusing in general, just for content purposes and, like, the benefits of actually being funny in real life. It's a real big win, one could say. Totally not selfish purposes at all. You gotta start using clickbait. Clickbait's not funny, though. It's like, hey gamers, we gotta... I can't even figure out how to do a bit about that. Oh, I mean, I could, but it'd be fucking trash. It's like, when I'm doing accents, I like to... I have been conned into the school of accents of not Mitt Romney. Dana Carvey. I was about to say Dana White. Dana Carvey. Dan Carvey. Dan Carlin. Andrew Carvey. The comedian who played in Not Dumb and Dumb, for reference, for what time it is for me in my normal circadian rhythm, it is probably about midnight, or about 11 p.m., which is why I'm getting loopier as we go on. I think it's Dana Carvey, who is a former member of SNL and does his own podcast now, and was Garth in that one movie with the dude that came out in the 90s. Back to the Future? Not Back to the Future. It's something. I'm sure people know what I'm talking about. But Geek Read, a wonderful service which hires a geek to read you books for you and give you a synopsis before your book club. Never embarrass yourself in front of your... Yeah. I mean, sometimes you gotta show Martha that she's a bitch. And, no, we're not going to talk about the metaphysics of ornithology, orcology, in Lord of the Rings today. We're gonna talk about, how it's actually one big allegory for, no, I probably deontology, but at this point, I think I've completely lost the plot blobber, and we're just going with words now. We're going with words, and we're hoping any of them stick, like Spider-Man to a wall. Or Spider-Pig, if you prefer. What was I saying? I was saying I lost the plot. Which is true. Alright, this is the way we need to go, so we need to take a look upstairs first. But, no, it's actually just one big allegory for, you know... How would I make up the worst, like, Freud interpretation? You see, Lord of the Rings is actually is actually just, like, the desire for, Lord Horatio Nelson to engage in buggery with the vast usage of the many towers in the series, representing his desire for phalluses, or phallicery in his mind. That he put pen to paper in order to convince the world to, I don't know, engage in the Horatio Nelson, which is a renowned sex move in the southern Bronx part of Sussex, for some reason. Yeah, that feels like that's probably on YouTube somewhere. Like, some, like, 300 subscriber channel has, like, done that. Fellatio Nelson. Okay, so Wick made a much better... Thank you, Wick. That is much better. I didn't even catch that we could do that. I also just realized that I keep saying FNAF and Slenderman for this segment of the game. But it is, in fact, Layers of Fear, or something like that, where it is a walking sim horror game with things occurring around you. That is what this horror game, quote-unquote, we're playing now. Or for this quarter of the content portion of the game. I think my goal is probably to do half the game this stream, half the game next stream. So we'll probably end after this bit. Or thereabouts. I do enjoy... The she shanties after the fellatio Nelson bit, though. I feel it is regrettably appropriate. Nani?
待て、俺の銃は。
You're tripping balls, Ethan. So, like... I suppose this is my first stream since the year has turned, hasn't it? I wanted to do a New Year's stream, but I realized that my heart told me to do, some other video game instead. Well, I didn't, but, I don't know what we would have done had I not had that affair. Why did I say affair? That makes it sound very sus. But the point I mean to make here in the twilight of my mind is... Wait, we need that though. Give me that. Oh, this is gonna be something very dumb, isn't it? Does anyone have any New Year's or anything like that they New Year's wishes, ideas that they're planning for in the happy year that we're going into right here? Personally, I would like to stream a bit more. I would enjoy substituting away from high fructose as much as I can. Not away from sugar per se, because I am an avowed addict. An enjoyer of sweet treats. And until I get diagnosed with the big D, that is a regrettable way to phrase diabetes, I probably will stick with the increasingly less amounts of sugar, but still there. Big D is a horrible diagnosis. I mean... There's big PP energy. One could argue big D energy is a thing. I don't... I suppose in the sense, this could be the authors, the game developers' attempt to kind of have a homage to Silent Hill in their video game. I don't know what the purpose of this is. I don't think this is ever used in this segment at all. Like, you're not hiding from anything. My brain trembles at the thought of what's going on. Alright, so there's probably a code in here. 052911. I don't know why the fidelity of this texture is so bad compared to anything else. It's absolutely baffling. We need a key, and we're going to need a lock thingy known as a breaker in order to open that door. Nothing here. But, yeah. Health, I suppose, is my focus. Health and, figuring out how to do more things that spark joy. As Marie Kondo would say. This is one of the things I find interesting about the kind of development decision, because if I recall correctly, the... Goodness, how do you say it? The... Okay, apparently we can't remove it with that. On tweezers should have used a fixer. Oh my god, Wick, so catty! What's wrong with her eyebrows? I don't know what the point of Eagle is. Look, I started it? I just said her foundation left her looking very miscolored. You know, you don't want someone looking like alabaster white and purple. Or what is it, like Cthulhu green, was it? That's all I'm gonna say, man. Film. Small child toy. Toy. Book. Baby. Old. Evelyn. Ethan. Book. Toy. Book. Baby. Old. Ring. That should be fine. So, I've had this thought kicking around my head for like the last hour and a half. And I really need to get more into just like not generic, but like kind of like regular literary analysis. Because I think this Resident Evil has the closest thing to, like, a basic bitch hero's journey that we see in any Resident Evil game. Which, the more I think about it, the more it baffles me. Because, like, what is it? The call to action... the hero's journey was the mold we made along the way. Yeah. I, I never really did think about it before, but literally this game is all about... This game is all about, like, them not talking about Ian's a mold monster, or not Ian, Ethan's a mold monster, and they don't want to deal with it. Is Big Chungus the mentor? You know, as much as I hate it, he probably is. Here, let's make this horrible. Because, we should have like with like, right? That sounds a bit... Ooh. Video game. I demand that you give me something that's not a web P. Fine, if you won't do it, I'll make it myself. If I put... Okay, I suppose we'll suffer through this when I figure out how to put this where it needs to go. Alright, so file, save as... Bepis, desktop. We have to have his friend and colleague in being the mentor. How do I fit them? Is that suitably cursed? Should at least have them eye level. Yeah, I feel that's appropriate. I see. But yeah, the mentor would be Big Chungus because he is guiding us and helping us learn and grow throughout our journey by providing us the resources to do so. Or maybe not the resources to do so because we have to pay him for it, but yeah, no. The travails of Resident Evil capitalism. It's a harsh game in a harsh life. But you have to make do with what you can. And we're about to be greeted in heart by our nemesis this chapter. And we'll say there is something deeply disconcerting about generic baby crying. Yeah, I really don't know how Silent Hill managed to make this kind of stuff as disconcerting as they did. Alright, how do we do this? Because, like, after going through Silent Hill 2, this all seems kind of trite. If I'm gonna be entirely honest. Like, I don't know how they managed that. There has to have been... all of the cocaine in all of Japan was utilized in one massive literary offensive to commit the power, or to activate the power that they needed in order to write that game. Truly impressive, if you will. Belief of child. Where does small child go? Is baby still active? No. You? We cleared over there. Oh my god. Okay. No, but the... Actually working through this is the Layers of Fear slash... we're gonna copy Silent Hill's notes and not do the most amazing job ever. But, you know what? They tried. Which I think is good. Because Resident Evil was kind of stagnating a bit, depending on how you argue it. Where they have this massive breakout success with 4. They're unable to fully recapture that glory. And you have 6. Or 5, which is, it's okay. It's okay game. Fantastic with friends. Where 6 is kind of like a downgrade from 5. Where 7 was at the time, because I vaguely remember this, 7 was a much vaunted return to form by, like, YouTubers and folks that I watched at the time. But actually going through it, it was unable to capture the spirit of it. So, like... I think this is the thing you see corporations do periodically, where they have their great product, they no longer understand how to make their great product, so they're throwing spaghetti against the wall in order to isolate and determine how they can kind of return to form, so to speak. Which is, where they went here. Which actually, I'm now afraid for Resident Evil 9 that I think about it. Because if they're going to focus on, like, potential new ways to take this... Oh wait, there's a whole nother section to this, isn't there? Or am I confusing it with another game? Because I thought there was a part of this where we're just tiny.
行かせないわまだ生きてるなんてすごいね
No, I am remembering correctly. We're gonna be Tiny Man now.
命がけで探し私を見つけてごらん
I wonder if the doll is seated to be in a specific set of places, or if the doll can be anywhere, every single time. No. No. Means upstairs is the answer. It's a good thing we have a lot of opiates, right? Yeah, I feel this is Capcom... Not Capcom. Who makes Resident Evil again? Is Capcom. It's the other one that makes Silent Hill. Konami, there we go. Yeah, I think it is a tragedy to gaming that we didn't have Hideo Kojima's cocaine energy embroiled in the quest to make a new Silent Hill. I'm missing something, aren't I? But yeah, no, now Kojima just makes walking simulators ever since he got evicted from Konami. He actually got shot twice, didn't he? Because, Are you in the lobby? Am I blind? Alright, well, regardless. Yeah, but then we couldn't have the metaphysics of how clever it is that we use language as a weapon to fight against, our enemies. To be super spiffy and clever. No, I did miss you. This fucking thing didn't pop up. That can come in the 5 hours post-credit explanation. I think Hideo Kojima is best girl and will always be best girl. And we should never steal him from his spot as the female protagonist of the anime ReZero. What did Wellington mean by this? Okay, you see, I normally would have gone to bed about an hour ago. And any semblance of sensibility in reality is quickly being stolen from me. There you go. Kojima's Deus Ex Machina. See, this one just kind of makes me feel bad. We have the fetus key. The Doctor fetus key. What do they want me to do here? Hell yeah. Then, like, we could probably think about, like, what did the video game designers mean by this? Like, what is the... Why is there so much baby imagery? There's probably something there that, some game analyst... Oh boy. Some Game Boy is on the internet talking about for 12 hours as their like master's thesis about the intricacies of why fetuses are an important development point in Resident Evil 8 and how it impacts the meta-narrative and it questions the ideas of human psyche in general. You know, could be fun. Baby is pure, untouched by sin. Yet so putrefied, one is more impactful. Yeah. Which I think that is probably on the track, the whole idea of corrupting innocence. I mean, if we have, like, the Harry Potter course at, like, Cornell University, by golly, Wick, we have, like, video game story analysis. Hell, latest segue drop. YouTube.com. Resident Evil 8 story what are they called? Essay? 3.2 million views, 40 minutes. 300,000 views, 2 hours. Here, we could probably, this should be fine. We'll look at thesis in a minute. Yapping session. Who the fuck is this guy? Hidden lore? This is, spoilers. Yeah, this actually is nowhere near as bad as I thought it would be. And then we have Bo Cohen. Thesis. Really? No one uses story thesis. What if you use, thesis? No, we actually get, oh my good god. You know, we have YouTube poop. Okay, you know, let's go back up. Too much booba. I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. I don't know why I didn't expect that. There's literally no reason why I should not have expected that. Oh, and we need the crest, which is in the sanctuary of the place. Alright, yeah, no, I gotcha. Alright, against my better judgment, and due to my lack of taking any melatonin this evening, which I probably should do now, we will probably continue a little bit further on than I anticipated. but like to give a sort of in-progress review. Resident Evil 8 is worlds and miles above in quality as compared to, okay, the hell with the video game. In terms of combat, in terms of everything. I think that's why they had that throw, I'm using the wrong knife. Even, like, the knife speed is much quicker in, the Carby, as compared to the other stuff, which is actually really nice. It just allows you to maul them when they're all before you like that, which is fantastic. Alright. We'll need to come back to get our shotgun. I think we're going to sell the Lemmy. Because that is the rational thing to do, and, you know, we're totally rational actors here. Says the man as he looks at the top right of the screen where there is Big Chungus and Philip Piton from the famed French anime World War II. Having a nice little discussion there. We have, you know, Ghost Man. You know, I don't know why I didn't expect that to happen. I should have, and I'm out of healing. Bam, bam. Wheel well. We need to really start putting our treasures together as well. Angie is complete. We have a doll. Miss Matilda. Used in rituals. I'm gonna be very... No, it didn't say combinable. It always says combinable. The game wouldn't cuck me like that, right? Bluebird above thing. Bluebird. Does that give us super bird meat, or is that... Oh, fuck. I didn't loot that place properly, I think. Oh, no. Mother Miranda's adopted daughter. In all my years, I've never been this overjoyed. Ever since childhood, she has always feared others due to the scar across her face. At her parents' death, she locked herself away. Only talked to Angie, the doll her father made her. I'm forever thankful to Mother Miranda's infinite compassion. Mistress Donna seems happy. It might even be my imagination, but I feel like her doll, Angie, is even more lively than before. She came to me in the garden today and used Angie to talk with me. We had a mighty fine conversation. Something about receiving a gift of power from Mother Miranda. Yellow flowers. Eurogamer of Digital Foundry fame had to make a tutorial series to look like female characters in VGS. Wick, I'm gonna need you to break that down for me. I'm either too dumb or too tired to understand what any of that meant. Is Digital Foundry one of those D&D character makers that you can get a printout? What am I being sent to? Clicker, make up, look. Make up, level up. Oh. So it's a makeup guide how to look like cosplay? So it's a cosplay guide? I mean, I feel it is odd, but like to put on my corpo hat, we do need to have a diversification of our product portfolio in order to improve our synergistic energies in order to improve market output and market capture. No, but in all seriousness, that is halfway truth, halfway nonce. Nonce. Like, there is value in the cosplay market. They are a valuable group to have. I think there is the idea, if I'm just gonna go off base here and potentially somewhat rude, like there may be a focus primarily on lasses for this, given the fact that I didn't see like any dude cosplay, so it's like only focus on female cosplay, which I think is a bit regressive. That is true. You do want to have like Eurogamer conventions, Eurogamer mainline, Eurogamer X, Y, Z, or what have you. Yeah, but I feel we're moving. If I'm going to make a social commentary, I feel like we're in a space right now where like a lot of corporations try and like that's the point I was trying to make. Where like you have the voice of the group that you want to speak to be who's presenting. So from that bias standpoint, I'm assuming it's primarily female-oriented makeup guides for cosplay, and also given the fact it was female characters that I saw when I was glancing at it. Um, um, which, which I'm just going to point out is a bit regressive. I think we need to target them with the Trotsky beam for being regressives. That's all I'm gonna say. Is a little sus is all I'm going to say. We need to sell crap. Go away. You can't be combined. Yeah, we sell Mr. Goat, sell Miss Matilda. Keep rest of this crap. We'll sell the Lemmy. Does this one also have combined things? Yes, indeedy. We just combined a few items together to make them more powerful than you could possibly imagine, which has been working out very well for us. We have Big Boy. Keep that. Okay.
アンジージョ、なんと可愛らしい。ビスクドールは大変人気があるのです。
I'm not convinced that Duke isn't the bad guy. Or a member of the bad guys. I want that. Yep. Hair trigger, want the gun stock. Don't care about Mr. Lemmy. No. We will not commit to a decision yet, because I don't know what shotgun in the end will be better. So I think this all stems from the idea that a lot of corporations are having trouble figuring out how to cope with more modern sensibilities about, like, representation. I think they're going too far in all directions in order to deal with it, which is very unfortunate. and they lose the plot on what you need to do to kind of communicate with your target audiences. Plus, the algorithmic nonsense doesn't happen or help, given the fact that it is a baffling concept. Though I'm sure once you look at it, it's quite simple to engage and deal with, given the fact that lemmings can do it for a living. Well, that is mean. There are some people who comport themselves as very big dum-dums that are able to exploit SEO very well. Oh, that's not ominous at all. The outer limits, faster, further in all directions, brave new worlds. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm a tech accelerationist at times, but like, man, come on. You need to calm down a bit, Mr. Guy. I am now tired enough that I'm now imagining, like, what would OnlyFans look like in the Lemming universe? And I realize that that thought hurts my soul, and I want to die now. But, you know what, that thought's out there, and we all can suffer with it together. Because, like, SEO affects everybody, no matter what type of content you are, whether or not, like, you're a left-wing or right-wing rage bait commentator, whether or not you're marketing, like, booba, PP. We need to have a better word for penis than PP. Booba's fun, nice to say, is actually fun, but just PP's not fun. It's very just boring. Need something short, sweet, 2 syllables at once, or at most. Once gives very bad linguistic connotations. All lemmings crave for a strong woman to give them instructions so you know what it... Oh dear. I didn't consider that outcome, and I am now very perturbed. Oh wow, this is just infinitely better than the starting shotgun. Okay. I thought there might be a bit of a question there, but I guess we're selling the old shotgun now. Goodbye, friend. We loved you. Do not sell the wrong shotgun, you fucking dink. Oh god, like, what is, like, I'm at the point of the night where my mind is like, what if we shoved this together with this together? How cursed can we make the reality we live in? Sell the wrong one, do it no, young. Please no. I might be tired, but I'm not tired enough to sell the infinitely better shotgun and have my heart torn asunder as a result, though we are going to upgrade our shotgun because it makes me very happy. You know what? You're not wrong. I will accept Big Coward. Alright, so that is 250. You say that, but, like, we have been knifing a lot of enemies because the knife is so good. Like, the next enemy we find, I will kind of show that off again because it's really fucking fun. Alright. We also look like a fucking idiot while we're holding our knife. It's like a child is holding something for the first time. There's a bird we have to shoot now, actually. If I could... Is that a bird? No. There is a bird over here we have to hit. But see, the knife is just really good, young. He tried the nice thing, it didn't work. I mean, I feel you can comport yourself in the manner of a top 10 anime villain and still be nice. I mean, isn't it like the mixture of evil and good that provides the kind of more interest in like the bit or character you're trying to do? Who's in my top 10 anime villains? Like, are we talking about just in like media or like including like real life people? Because I haven't considered either. Was don't kill any kids. Well, young, that's a good resolution to have. We don't want to have you on the oregano killer. We don't want you to be another a recasting of the oregano killer. Oh, hello, Mother Miranda. I'm going to assume you're a big fan of this game. You're having a lovely day. For the last time, Welly, Stalin is not an anime waifu. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta ignore all of those Hoi moification mods. I don't know. I think Light Yagami would probably be number one if we had a Light Yagami versus Columbo sort of setup. Because, like, just the idea of Kira kind of losing his ever-loving shit because he is fighting against what he believes to be a bumbling detective just makes me cackle so hard. Have we found another big poopa? Yeah, it is nice to have a different view than first person. He is a salt and pepper age right now. Though unfortunately you can't really get his face, which I've been trying to get a look at. But alas, Helden, no. No, we did not. Calm down, Kaladin? Wait, what am I not paying attention to? What are you people talking about? Death Note, I remember it being fun, but I don't know if I'll ever want to rewatch it out of fear of I might not... Adult brain Wellington might not enjoy it as much as child Wellington, and the charm will be lost. I'm kind of afraid of the same thing for Code Geass. And speaking about number 2, I think Lelouch is a compelling villain. Mainly because of complexity. Where, like, he is basically the concept of the galaxy brain villain. Who is going about trying to make the world... Oh, and the key is how much he's owed on this date. I see. 1625. Yeah, do you mean the manga is worse? Or is adult energy what kind of loses it? Okay, so it's adult energy. So 1625 lei on October 8th. So what year is it? It's 2021. 76, 39, 34. that is 76, 39, 34. I missed a note, didn't I? Yep. Please let me read the note. There we go. Her 5th birthday. Her 5th birthday. 1830. So it's probably the 8th year since he got it? Though he could be referring to his daughter. So that's 10... 270917. Host Club is another one of those that I'd be curious to take a reread. Though I am very afeared of it not singing the same kind of tune. Especially given that Host Club needs to be consumed in the manga rather than the anime, because, like, the anime's ending is just so fucking dumb. Because if I recall, like, this is, like, high school Wellington deep lore, this is, like, a reverse harem anime from, like, 15 years ago. Damn near 20 years ago, if you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. I'm unfamiliar with Azumanga, Dio. Is there anything else I needed to get in here? I'm pretty sure there's actually probably something actually plot relevant we needed to grab in here that I just miraculously missed. We got that equipment. We have that. What am I missing? Nothing under the bed. We're good here. Just Mother Miranda agitprop there. I don't know why there's lay there. That implies that there's some money we can grab in here, but doesn't appear so from what I can see. I guess we just have what we need to proceed to the next area anyway, but I'm sure the next time we play, I'll think about it. Yeah, honestly, like, if you like the reverse harem genre of, like, anime, I cannot stress enough that you should watch Baccarina. Baccarina is much better than Host Club in every kind of concept, and it is, like, 10 out of 10. Every capture target is just delightful, goofy in their own way, and the female lead is a absolute gem. And in the kind of bubbly, friendly type of way, rather than the cool kind of way like Haruhi is. Though I'm trying to think of like other, because I think this is not going to be ranked. It's just like 10 anime villains that I think are compelling. Because like I feel like for a lot of people that say, "Oh, someone from Attack on Titan," da da da. From what I remember, I didn't find anybody particularly compelling or interesting that was a bad guy. One could argue it is, Eren is the ultimate bad guy of it, in a sense, but, I have no opinion on that matter, so I shan't comment any further. But a reverse harem is... Ah, no. In Japanese lore, Blobber, there's a demarcation of it. A harem is specifically focused around a male lead who is the person that has like 70 people interested in them. The fact this is working is disgusting. The game doesn't know how to handle this. Perfect. Okay, yeah. Blobber's addendum is 100% correct, where it is a female that is the center of the harem rather than the male that is the center of the harem. Though in Bakurina, there are male leads, there are male and female capture targets, which is hilarious. Never tell me the odds, apparently. I did just say capture targets. That's the phrasing for it, man. If you look up, like, Japanese dating sim stuff. Because, normally how I interact with that media is I like reading I was reincarnated as the villainess. And normally the context of that is there's a villainess in a dating sim, which actually is what Bakurina is. Where, like, Bakurina is, like, girl gets isekai'd into the villainess's body, like, when she's a child. And, like, the story from her perspective is... they call me the evil man. I mean, young. Does the 9-year-old need it anymore? I mean, look at them. They're nothing but cloth and bones. But, capture target... Dating sim... multiple characters... Right. Reincarnated into the body of the villainess, and normally they have to be like, oh no, I'm going to be killed by the capture targets, or something like that. And they're like, damn, I guess I have to do something drastic, or not, depending on what you read. But in universe, by which I mean our universe, the phrasing for it is capture target. I always forget, like, what do people castigate young for murdering children? It's not like Helden, who, like, is Batarian killer, like, 69. Like, it's not like Young is embodying the Force ghost of Anakin Skywalker, who may or may not have done a little oopsie whoopsie with the younglings, right? Right. Hilton is completely right in that regard. I'll mention Glover. There you go. Was Young responsible for the Glover challenge? He was responsible for lying? What was the lying? Oh my god, Young. That there were no more buttons to press in the level. Alright, there we go. My next person in my top 10 anime villain list is Dark Young on Blobber's stream. As I once again realize I forgot to take my goddamn melatonin. I'm very happy I already took out the recycling, otherwise I'd have to go run and do that right now. Who is this Lem Thao, Resty? Are they a part of the... Are they related to the hacker known as 4chan? Years of friendship and he turns on me this easily. I mean, you admitted to it! What am I gonna do? They said it, Zangief said it best in Wreck-It Ralph 1. Just because I am bad guy does not mean I am bad guy. You have to remember that, Young. Hello, TARDIS Mechanic. Is that... What is that character? Raging Wolf Helmet. Please let me just look at the emote. Twitch. Alright, fine. I'll go to the other thing. I hope you're having a lovely day. Ed held wave. Nice. Lies don't count if they're funny. I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, I might agree with that. Because, you know, to defend Dark Young here, it's not a lie if you're doing it for a bit. I do have a screen capture thing that I can pull up and Google it at any time. Though, you now have me curious. If I go on my phone, which is where I will do any sus Googles that might come up during a stream, rather than risk TOS, Raging Wolf Helmet. And what's really funny, let me make sure safe search is turned off. Please, how do I turn off safe search? Search tools, all results, advanced search. You know, it's not even giving me an option for safe search or not safe search. It's that safe for work. But apparently it is from Elden Ring. Alright. Back to video game. We do need to find some more stuff to level up our HP and whatnot. I do feel very... Don't play Elden Ring. That's fair. I do feel very much for Blobber. We have all been led astray by those we have trusted in Twitch chat for a simple jape. And you know, it just breaks everyone's heart when that happens, because you're like, well, damn, I guess I can't trust person Y ever again. Though I suppose it depends on how you live. Personally, I take the perspective that was said by Naomi in the lovely book series, The Expanse. Once is never, twice is always. So I guess you get one. You get one joke you can pull in Twitch chat during either forever or period of time. And once you pass period of time, you will never be trusted again. Can I just... Will this stun lock him? Tell that to Blobber? I mean, that's just how I live, young. Not everybody should or has to live. I just can't believe how good this knife is. This is amazing. We're saving so much ammo. Just return as Dark Young. Wait, what did Blobber do to you? What were the consequences of your actions, Young? Did Blobber execute you for a period of time? I only mention it at almost every opportunity, that is all. See, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. A lifetime of regret was my consequences. Yeah. Alright, I mean, you just have to... convince Blobber, I'm sure, that you are a reformed man and will never betray him again. Never, ever. So, like, I still don't get all the Batarian hate, because, like, when I was a kid, like 40 years ago, and I played Mass Effect, I couldn't afford the DLC for Mass Effect 2, or there was something dumb where, like, I bought it on Steam, and I couldn't get it on, I couldn't get it on Steam, for the DLC, that I never played the Batarian DLC, so I have no idea what the hell the Batarians did. Unless it would be very funny. Ooh. Well, I suppose Young believes in the content school of trust, where if it's good content, it's perfectly worth the betrayal. Which, once again, regrettably, I do understand that school of thought. I feel like I'm taking the damn neutral people energy. You don't need to play the DLC. It's an ME1, and it stops the Batarians 9/11ing a planet, but really, they're awful all the way through. They 9/11 a planet in Mass Effect 1? Mass Effect has 9/11? Why do I don't remember that? I remember the Reapers. I remember Sauron being the bad guy. I remember the music monsters. I remember the weird blue sex people that apparently conform using psychic energy to whatever is the ideal mate for that species or that individual, because they might present as male to ladies. I actually don't know. No, they're all female species, so they wouldn't do that. Never mind. I remember that Tally's people have bonitis. I remember also that humans are boring. No, humans are, like, super spiffy because, like, they're advancing faster than every other race, sort of a deal, kind of trope. Space North Korea. Oh. Okay. I mean... that brings me to my next point. Number 4 on the top 10 anime villain list is Kim Jong-un. The reason for that being is there was a post that I read a million years ago talking about how just imagining like a North Korean dictator acting as like a sort of catalyst for human unification by just playing the bad guy. He's just misunderstood. Ooh. I mean, fair. Thankfully, I'm not tired enough where I keep calling Kim Jong-un Jim Kong-un, which I am wont to do when the EP power, or the EP bar has reached max, or is near max with me, which we'll probably get to pretty soon. Censorship starting on the wars that the Batarians said were theirs. Council doesn't recognize Batarians' claims because no one likes them. Batarians declare fat one, humanity in turn. I don't understand the council, because, like, it feels like they're a more dickish version of the UN, I guess. I'm guessing it wants us to use the grenade launcher. And fire feels like it would be effective. Because, like, as much as I disagree with the path of, like, killing the council in Mass Effect, I do kind of get why you would. Is, like, they're either inept assholes or, like, what have you, and, like, sometimes it has you think maybe Palpatine did nothing wrong. That is true. You don't kill them, you allow them to die. Every time Kim gets a nuclear weapon, he fires it into the ocean, so on the evil scale, he's really mild. I do like the idea that, like, phrasing it like that makes me think the concept of North Korea just being, like, not this, like, draconian, like, evil state, but actually is, like, the SCP Foundation with a state, where basically they're just living their own life in a side quest to fight against Cthulhu monsters, and, like, they just look like an unstable tin pot, crackpot dictatorship to literally everybody else. Which is fantastic. What if we only had 3 seats on the UN and give it to the guys with the biggest military in the galaxy, the girls with the second most paranoid people in the galaxy? Yeah. I mean, that would be the United States, the Soviet Union, and who would be the girls with the biggest galaxy? That'd be Britain. Like, who are the UN Security Council permanent members? It's Great Britain, United States, People's Republic of China now, and is it just those 4? I thought France was on there as well. That would be really funny if France wasn't a permanent member. Already got that guy. Germany's a permanent member? That'd be interesting if they added them, because UN was founded in 45. I'm actually just looking this up now. My curiosity has reached peak. You know we don't live in the 1960s, right? You know what? I won't say I wish we did, because the 1960s were objectively worse in literally every metric. What do you call it? UN Security Council permanent members. China, France, Russia, the United Kingdom, and the United States. We actually don't know that there are less furries young. We cannot confirm that. Yeah, it was just West Germany at that point. No, it was it was Allied occupied Germany and Soviet occupied Germany, as we learned in the Cold War mod for Victoria 3. Well, also from a history book, but they know what they did. But less known furries. I suppose that's fair. Though it's just wild to think of, like, the Hearts of Iron 4 has a say Costa Rica. Ah, yes, the El Classic Costa Rica World Conquest. As one does. Um, God, what's my most ridiculous Hoi conquest? Honestly, like, I think my most memorable games in Hoi are... I was co-oping back in, like, 1.2, 1.3 with a friend of mine in China, and basically we defeated Japan. We were trying to retake the coastal cities. Europe had basically fallen to the perfidious allies. So as China, we were... and World War III happened, or we invaded the Soviet Union, I don't recall. But we basically had to march through the Soviet Union to conquer all of, like, the world in order to take back Hong Kong and Macau. And, like, I remember as we were advancing through Moscow, Russia capitulated or something like that because World War III did pop for the Soviets versus the Allies, and, like, NATO forces were attacking us, and, like, they were losing 10,000 men an hour. Speaking of Hoi, can you send me the tank template for Italy and World Blaze when you have some time after the stream? I haven't really done tank Italy, is the problem. Crouch, 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 crouch.
お母様、あなたのために俺は何でも。
これはもらっていく。
待ってくれ。それはお母様の大事な子なんだ。
あいつのものじゃない。
お前聞きたいことあるだろ。
お母様の子ってどういう意味なんだ。
お母様は我が子を取り戻したいんだ。
ふざけたこと。
待って、頼む頼む。それがないとあいつらにバカにされちまう。俺あいつらを出し抜きたいんだ。
知ったことか。
待って、もう少しだけ頼む。
何がおかしい。
バカだなお前。話しすぎだ。終わりだぞ。入り口を塞いでやった。
何言って。
ここは俺様のテリトリーだ。お前はどこにも逃げられない。
バカ者め。
Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend that Ethan only smells mold, so he probably smells like cardamom right now. I don't know why I insulted cardamom. I love cardamom as a spice, but... Can I just knife this? There's no consequences for knifing it. Hell yeah. Honestly, I think... I'll say it now because I can't guarantee I'll remember later. But the tank template we were using for Japan in order to seize Hawaii was like 10 heavy tank battalions, 5 Amtrak battalions. I think generally as Germany, until you get modern tanks or Tigers, or until you get the Panzer F2, you would do 5 medium tanks, 5 infantry support tanks, and 5 mechanized. The issue with World Ablaze is it's very tech tree reliant and like what year in the tech tree you are. It's like for the reason why like Germany begins with like 5 infantry support, 5 mediums is because if you build the Panzer III is designated as your medium tank up until 1941, and in the Panzer IV is your infantry support tank, and you want to convert your Panzer IVs, so you want to be building them the entire game, and you won't have penetration if you're just only having infantry support tanks on your tank divisions. But unless you do some janky stuff like just maxing out 88 flak, which I don't think we've tried, which might be a fun thing to do. Next time the World Ablaze brain bug bites me, which hopefully won't be for another couple months after I lost my ever-loving crap after that last... with the island spawn-ins. But if you DM me, Young, I will probably make some time when I wake up to look through different tank templates for different nations to what might be a good idea when and where. Because it's all very contextual, unfortunately. I think the only general advice I can be on is don't focus on the template itself, focus on what the stats give you. And theoretically, if you have intel and know what your enemy stats are, build on that. We... like, for the Amtrex, at a certain point before we had full Tiger production, we were focusing on getting a divisional piercing of, like, 50, because that's what we needed to beat the American, Sherman divisions that were spawning on us. I also can't get over the idea of, like, what this place actually smells like. Because, like, in all the times I've ever played this video game, I have never absolutely considered how grotesque a region like this could possibly be. Because, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a neat. Oh, that's actually a lie. I have a job. I'm a shut-in. That's what I am. So, like, when I'm not at work, I'm mostly at home, either being a goblin or, I don't know, doing something I find amusing. Yeah, sadly, sadly my mind works well enough that I can't, you know, work, be a full-time streamer making $12 a month, and getting paid by the feds. No. Tech where players can see, no. Baddies? No, don't tell me it actually says, like, you want to smell someone's, like, bum. Okay, so that's me getting a brain rot moment there. Because I'm used to the term baddies being used in reference to attractive women, by some of the younger people I know. So I thought, because young, I'm tired, and, I'm more used to baddies at this point being used in reference to, attractive women rather than the Mitchell and Webb sketch from 2006, not 2006. Where they're dressed in SS uniforms, and they're asking, "Are we the baddies? We're not marching under the army of a rat's anus." And thank you for the follow, TARDIS Mechanic. Much appreciated. I'm not a baddie, I'm a villain. You gotta classify me correctly, young. This is giving me very confusing mental images. Well, I'm just a handsome dude. Thankfully, I read The Last of Us first, so it's a bit easier to make the connection. I don't know. I've never played The Last of Us, so I don't know. There could be like an enclave of like attractive women. I don't know what type of apocalypse that is. Where the fuck am I? I have oh. See, that's the melatonin kicking in. I have... What am I doing? I need to go up, don't I? No, I have absolutely lost the plot. Please, Young, he's already told you DM him, no reason to call him a baddie, too. And, of course, Baron, somehow I'm the youth ambassador. I mean, literally early. Okay, that actually does amuse me greatly, given the fact that you know, I think that's on brand. I'm so anachronistic that I'm hip, because like I understand what's hip in every decade that's ever existed in humanity, and I just use whatever I find is appropriate for that given minute or moment. So like, you know, we're talking about the, like, I think it was like, the last Alone in the Dark stream, or the second to the last. It was when Kai Wynn was getting mass executed. We had a bit where we were talking about the... oh god, my headset's dying now. Where the flip is my charger? Here it is. Where we were talking about Baby Gronk, the Riz King, and my fascination with, like modern, like, brain rot on Twitch and YouTube. I mean, I could just play the noise, because I want to hear it, because I don't get to hear it. Where are you, chatbot? Where are you? Please. I wanna, for free, yeah, we get a free... So, to be fully honest, the Kai Win sub emote is for me and me only. It is a side benefit, but the problem... Why can't I see this? Alright, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Come now, please. Alert box. Subscriptions. I should probably figure out some way to do for a resub. No, I guess technically it counts. I don't know. Where are you, my beloved, preview? Yes. So the funny thing is, now I get to see it, and you don't get to see it. If this wasn't Streamlabs I was looking at, I would put on Screen Man, but it is, so I'm not, because that seems like a bad idea. You know what? There you go. You ask for free, you get half the experience for free. God. You know, another... number 5 on Wellington's top 10 anime villain list. Kai Wynn. Number 6 is... Fudge, what's his name? Not Garrick. Garrick is my beloved. Not Gal Dornak. That's the guy... Or... Is Gal... Yeah, Gal is... lady from Foundation now. Gul Dukat, thank you, Baron. I will feel bad. I feel bad now because I absolutely love Gul Dukat. His arc is fascinating. He goes from, like, Nancy camp commandant to, like, David Koresh. Then goes into the Antichrist. I know I just spoiled 7 seasons of Voyager, or, yeah, no, I'm just gonna say Voyager, even though it's not true. First, no statue in his honor, and now forgotten by Welly. Yeah. I mean, the David Koresh arc, where you become, like, a religious cultist, I kind of see. Golden Cot did nothing wrong. He did many things wrong. We don't know the counterfactual that he was a better, like, work camp commander. And this is gonna sound terrible if you don't know what the hell we're talking about here, which is Deep Space Nine, which is probably my favorite Star Trek series, which I've seen so far. Voyager is second, TNG is third, and it's only... TOS is not here only because I haven't seen all of it yet, but it'd probably be above Voyager. Or probably be above TNG for certain. Way too many Molesto episodes in TNG. That will be my hot take. And you guys are all nerds? Well, Wick, weren't you a active participant in the anime conversation earlier? Everything he does in the first 6 seasons is done to help Cisco in DS9. If I remember correctly, there was an episode early on where he's like, well, I am going to fuck you over a little bit because it's my job. I haven't seen the animated series either. I will concur with that entirely. The Ferengi make DS9, and is one of the right. I forgot to include Lower Decks. Lower Decks. That's actually hard. That is a hard thing. The Solar Sail episode, I don't remember, but I remember it being weird. Lower Decks, I think I rank tied with Voyager. Yeah, I think I do have, like, DS9, Voyager, and Lower Decks tied. Has it been 7 hours? Oh my god, we've been streaming for 7 hours. It's been a while since I've done that. Chris Senpai, no! Oh, wait, you're over there? Did he just, like, Minecraft meme me right there? You know, now that I think about it as well, every single Resident Evil game is related, it happens because of the incompetence of the Umbrella Corporation.
逃げられない。
相手してる暇はない。
ダメだ、もう遅い。ミランダ様はすでに儀式の準備を進めてる。
お前はその時間稼ぎか。哀れだな。
なんてことを。ミランダ様と一緒になるのはこの俺なんだ。お前じゃない。
何の話だ。お前なんか変だぞ。
もうダメ、我慢できない。助けて。どうして。ママ、どうして。どうして。
I will say, Young, when we do eventually continue Lower Decks, or if you end up continuing it on your own, the next episode on the list is the best episode of Season 1, I think. Yeah. I would say I definitely think that from what I recall. Or I find it more memorable than the next, like episodes 9 and 10. Like from memorable DS9 episodes, anything with the Ferengi. They just had their series finale, and oh, well, never mind. But they just had their series finale. Goddamn. Baron, this year, and it was quite good. Thank you, Blobber. I watched it with Baz, the other day. Thank you, TARDIS Mechanic. And it, ended the series well. My take is, it's made by people who love Star Trek, I feel. Like, my gripe with Picard is it doesn't feel like it's made by people who actually care about the franchise that they're holding kind of sway over. Well, yes, they are milking the corpse of Jean-Luc Picard for as much money as they can get, which, you know, I mean, if we think about it in the RimWorld context, is it really that wrong to milk, I was about to say milk a man for money, but, you know, in RimWorld we do probably do that in certain mods. But I'm sorry, I just had a brain rot moment. What is the price of semen per liter? All right. That is very high. Oh my god, that is very, very high. World's oldest profession? What do you mean, Rusty? Picard is Jean-Luc Picard. The series is called Picard. Blobber isn't saying that they're milking Picard, which they are. And that leads me to say they're milking a man for money. then I say that, and I have to then reconcile with my mind whatever the hell that means. And regrettably, semen is very expensive per liter, apparently.
抜ければなんとか。くそ、電気が来てない。
what do you call it? What do you call it? Not compulsion, not reality. Brain rot, certainly. I mean, a liter, that's a lot of brain. Yeah. I mean, we have to synergize our productive advantage. I thought you sell your bot. Not anymore. I haven't had to do that in a year and a half. Oh, actually, no, that's a lie. I haven't had to do that in... No, oh god, it has been like a year. And a half. Ever since I moved away from California, I have been able to cease having to do the bi-weekly plasma donations, which my arms very much appreciate. Though I will say, the scars from that still have not gone away, and like, I look at my arms and I'm like, is this what it feels like to be a heroin addict? Or a former heroin addict? Because, like, you just see these big honking things right around your, not your weenus, elbow. What's the term for the opposite end of the elbow? So, like, the inside joint. Yeah, I have a job now. This is a year and a half ago when I was still, more focused on graduate school and living in the slowly failing state of California, where I was spending $1,500 a month for accommodations. The fuck are you talking about? Haven't I talked about that I used to donate plasma before? Alright. Pause. Because I've said a lot of weird things together. So, towards the end of college, my last go-around, I needed to donate plasma to help facilitate paying for rent because of how expensive it is to live there. And I was dealing with outside things at the time that rose my expenses more than normal. In America, you can be paid for your plasma donations. I remember Cyberpunk. Well, I mean, for anyone who doesn't remember, I'll do a quick spiel because I realize the ramifications of a streamer talking about, is this what it feels like to be a former heroin addict, are probably a little bit weird. So what I was getting paid was, because I got the rabies vaccine as well. I got the rabies vaccine as well because they gave you like an extra $20 a donation or something like that. I'm also vaccinated for rabies, which might be useful at some point in my life, and it was completely free. Though I did only get 3 doses, and I was supposed to get 4, I think, so we'll see if I get bitten by any dogs. But, we have... I think it was getting paid, like, depending on the month, $60 on day 1 in a week, and then, like, $80 or, like, $100 on day 2 in a week. And, do I have light aversion frothing the mouth? No, I was talking to Heldon about it, or he was teasing me about it, the other week. And, the whole concept of working third shift is deleterious to health because, you know, the bodies aren't functional aren't meant to be functional in that time period, and like you can see, mental decline occur over time if you continue working on nights, which I do currently, and regrettably, it is my favorite shift. I really do love how there's no fall damage in this. This is fantastic. Alright, but yes. Yeah. What is the... What are the different parts of the arm called? So if you look at the Bonitis shirt here, which this one I can show. Nothing sus here. Alright. Except my email for this thing. I fucking hate Google. Pog. It's called a humeral capitulum. Apparently. Or something like that. Oh, that's the bones. Musculature, it's called something else. But I'm not a doctor. I'm a doctor, not an engineer. Apparently a new, even more poisonous species of funnel spiders has been discovered in Sydney. May it help get rid of... What's wrong with What is wrong with the city of Sids? Blobber, what did it do to the rest of the country? Is it like your Detroit? No, is it your, like, Baltimore? It's a horrible place! So it is your Baltimore. Oh, it's like Cali. Yeah, but I like Cali. What is it, like... Goddamn people. Goddamn Californians, they've ruined California. Hello, Jingo. How are you doing today? I have no idea what the plot is here anymore. I think I need to remove one of the grates. Just horrible traffic. Yeah. So it's more like Mumbai, then. People are cunts. Eh. Eh. Oh, that's definitely San Diego, let me tell you what. Lovely city, terrible people. No. Very pretty city. Relatively vapid people that I interacted with. And very selfish, too. Like, it was infuriating for me, because, like, at the time, one of the other things I had to do to make ends meet was I was working DoorDash. Or I was driving DoorDash in order to, do shit. And, like, I work nights because I operate better in nights, and there's less people to fight with at nights when it comes to, like, competing for deliveries. So it gives me a market advantage. But, it was just annoying because there were so many houses that just had their porch lights off. And I don't know if it's because they were trying to, like, steal, like, say, like, the delivery was never put there, or what have you, or, like, they just didn't want anybody to take delivery and see it, because they saw it. Like, there had been more than one time where I had tripped on someone's porch steps and, like, scraped my arm because they're like, oh, well, I guess we won't turn on the lights because, we're a bunch of cheap fucks. or what have you. Because, like, I remember when I was growing up in Sacramento many, many, many years ago, and, like, there was a hesitance to turn your porch lights on sometimes because of power draw. And let me tell you what, that's the stupidest fucking thing you can do. And I swear to all that's anything that if you can't afford to have your porch lights on, you shouldn't have any business owning a home. Because that's at most 100 watts. Even back then, maybe 200 watts. The price of electricity, the price of that is probably going to cost you like $3 a year to have your porch lights on at night. And that's me being aggressive. 2 dozen people walked right past this guy, collapsed in the middle of the road in a pedestrian crossing, and only one later actually helped him. That's disgusting. That is very, very not good. Like, I understand why that develops in certain countries. Like, I think that is an issue in China. Because of, like, liability concerns. So you create a social disincentive to do so. Which is unfortunate. I'm glad food stealing isn't a problem where you are, Jingo. Or, by here you mean the rest of Australia. What am I missing? When you say smelly person, what do you mean by smelly person? Assume you're talking to a child right now. Actually, don't do that. That could backfire on me horribly. Assume you're talking to, Grandpa, who, fought in the Great War and is now a Simpsons-style animatronic, who doesn't understand what's going on anymore. Eagle will steal your food, but that's about it. Wellington has, yeah, yeah, my brain is on obvious hobo mode. I know that's not what Blobber was referring to. I know that's not what Blobber was referring to, but that's what I'm going to steal. So there we go, we got his things comment. They look slightly hard done, but by no smelly. Is it racist grandpa or cool grandpa? I mean, the Kaiser did steal our word for 20, which has me very grumpy, as one might imagine for a man who's had their word for 20 stolen. But, you know, the ramifications of that are unfortunate, and, you know, Germany's done well for itself in the last 36 years since unification. You can be sued for not helping people in Germany. It's called Unterlassen Hilfeleistung. That certainly helps as well. The homelessness issue is apocalyptic in the States for a variety of reasons. What I just did was very dangerous in video game context. Hey, buddy. I don't know. Like, from what I recall, for China, it's liability issues where if you help someone and it goes wrong, you can be sued for it, which disincentivizes it. Which ironically is the plot of The Incredibles. So maybe The Incredibles actually doesn't take place in 1950s America, but in fact takes place in, looks at card, 2020 China. I feel this makes complete sense, and I'm probably going to kill myself by just being right there, so I'm not. Why? Why is that a bridge to nowhere? So you go that way. What did this gain me? Like, I don't live in a good area. Chrono lives in a good area. There was many times more homeless people where she lives. Yeah. I mean, like, I did this for a research project, or I worked on this for, like, a research project in grad school, but, homelessness by state in the US. Are you good thing? Yeah, let's go with these guys. So, like, right now we're seeing a spike, and I wonder why that is. Looks at the rent prices. But a combination of COVID and increased housing prices due to inflation, yeah, that is stark. That's a 50% increase almost in 2 years. Terrified to see what Canada's is, given the fact that they're going through similar problems that we are right now when it comes to this. But my beloved California, they're tracking to 182,000 homeless people. Texas is 30K, Arizona's even the hell pits of Arizona, which, mind you, regularly get up to 45 degrees centigrade or higher during the summer, 14,237. And oh boy, let me tell you, do they make themselves felt. Depending on what part of the city you're at, or what part of the cities that you're at. I think it is more in San Diego than in San Francisco, to be entirely honest, due to the fact that the weather's more temperate there, so you can afford to live there. And let me tell you what, if you like piss, if you like the scent of piss, I have a city for you. Alright, what was the advantage of unlocking that area? Oh, it's me missing the plot. I understand. No! We're out of healing. What ammo do we delete? Probably that? Because we don't really use mines? What do you mean we can't discard that? There's a Stream Merge t-shirt right there. Listen, we don't judge, we judge incredibly harshly here. Well. Equip. I'm sure that'll never backfire. I don't know. It's the consequences of decades of poor policy. Like, I'm not gonna throw either for the U.S. I'm not gonna throw either party under the bus because, like, or actually no, I'll throw both parties under the bus. I should say, because like it is a very long-term issue. That has escalated in the last like decade or so. Yeah. Exciting topics like that aside. How do we get back to brain rot? I've now made myself moderately sad. I mean, people all fawn over. Yeah, no, that is the city of piss. You know, Paris. I feel really bad for the Japanese. For as many like sus things that they've done in all of human history, I still feel bad for them and their fascination with France, which has harmed them ever so thoroughly because Paris syndrome is just terrible. I was actually reading I'm not sure how actually real this is, but there was a person claiming to be a Canadian journalist that is like a FISA, Freedom of Information Act, FOIA is what we have in the US, like saying like, "Hey dog, we're investigating your ass, or we're requesting this information that you have to provide about auditing Canadian ministers of parliament and how much of their portfolios are in housing," which I hope that actually doesn't come up with anything damning, because like that I feel would be very bad. Like, there's like regular levels of bad when it comes to like political malfeasance, but like when you have like that when you have that normally, that's fine, but when you have that and you have a housing crisis that's been festering for like a decade and a half or a decade, because I can remember hearing like the Canadian news that filtered my way complaining about Canadian house prices or Canadian prices in like fucking 2010, 2015. Though at the time, to be fair, they were complaining about Chinese foreign nationals buying it as a way to offload wealth from mainland China into safer investment zones, because the CCP is not seen as a safe investment for some reason. I would believe that to be true, that their impact is small, but I feel, given the context, it's damning. No one ever complained to me about the value of their homes going up. Yeah. Just let me combine in this menu. Oh, boo. Video game, boo. Alright, we'll sell crap. I sell the old knife. The answer to that is no. Alright. Save. Video jam.
ございます。おお、ええ。
I need to test something for the sake of curiosity. So, we're no longer on a canon timeline. This is no longer canon. Uh, 270, 290, 340, 370? How does 370 compare with the guy? Better. It is better. Alright. Yeah, it's the same for the States here, where NIMBYism is a eternal sin. But, like, there's a different... The thing when you get to political malfeasance, I feel, is something I've grown to appreciate as I've gotten older, is there's a difference between what is actually efficacious in policy and what looks damning in policy, regardless of how much the actual effect is. Which isn't ideal. I will say. But it does have a outsized effect in affecting political outcomes. No matter where you are. That's why well, I'm not that... I will defer to you on what I'm about to say, Baron, but, like, my instinct tells me, like, why you have, like, communist rebellion in Russia in, like, 1991 or something like that. Because people are like, oh, hell no, this all looks very bad. I want to be a hardliner. We're gonna hardline this. We're gonna mainline the cocaine. What am I missing here? Next door to you. Alright. Windmills, crank, pull the lever at the gatehouse, open the sluice gate. Pull the lever at the gatehouse. Is there a third windmill, Mr. President? We're gonna need to make one mess. Yeah, like, I mean, we have the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Now we need the Trans-Pacific Cocaine Partnership. So we can have enough cocaine to snort to keep Blobber and myself awake in order to continue bad-mouthing random people. Yeah, Bob Cater, fuck that guy. I don't know what that guy did. I hope he wasn't a good person, otherwise I'd feel bad. I think he's as far from me as you are. QLD? QLD. And he's insane, I love him for it, but I don't trust him to make decisions. Alright, so never mind. Bob Cater Pog. We're pogging for Bob Cater. Quod lustralis demonstratum. I am. He's up in Cames. I am in... Whoa. What does that mean? I wish I could word. I wish I could word. Oh boy. I actually do need to start consider going to bed soon in actuality. Because I have to wake up. No, I like the Latin here. So we're gonna look up the Latin. Because I'm not sure if I'm being debated right now. Or if it is actual Latin. that Australia demonstrated. Okay. So it's not a full debate, it's a partial debate. I mean, this is probably that color, right? Which means this is blue, yellow. And then you're Buckaroony and you're Buckaroony. I'm not being- oh no, I'm being debated. I can't believe you've done this to me. Local streamer gets debated live on stream. Local streamer canceled for debating on stream. Queensland, the Texas, Florida of Australia. I feel you don't want to be a combination of Texas and Florida. That feels like a bad idea. A horrifying idea, even. I'm sorry, I need to get my Snagglepuss out at the end here. A horrible idea. No, that's different stereotype. Me, a horrible idea, even. There we go. That's cartoon character stereotype. Old folks that cosplay as racist cowboys. Apparently. Unfortunately, Blobber, I'm propping my head up with my water bottle right now in order to have optimal screen access. We're not doing this fight, by the way. I'm probably gonna call it in a minute here. But are there any last bits we'd like to get out? Any last shenanigans we'd like to examine on today's episode of Wellington Loses His Goddamn Mind on a Stream? Damn near a full workday of the stream. Actually, including lunch, it is a full workday. Not mine, because I work 12s, but, the answer feels like a no. If you had to change country, where would you go? Oh, God. You know, as boring as it sounds, as much as the problems of the United States that we have, I don't think I would like to live anywhere else. I could say Japan, though I won't, because I would hate living in Japan, because, like, the othering I would find very isolating, and I've heard very mixed things about being a foreigner living in Japan. I just don't want to be like the token white dude. Australia is tempting. New Zealand is tempting. Europe is less tempting. I wouldn't want to live in the UK. The weather sounds nice depending on where you are for what I prefer. France, I would rather die. Spain, maybe, but I don't really care about that. Italy, I will never live in because I don't trust the Italians worth a damn for certain things that I care about, such as moving. Portugal, I have no opinion on. I have no opinion on the Balkans. I have no opinion on Germany. I would never live in Scandinavia from all the things I've heard about Scandinavia. And yeah, I would not live in China. Yeah, no, Paris is like a hellscape and a half. So we're not gonna go there. No, I mean, I have no opinion on Poland. If I had money, I'd live in Poland because I don't know, have like a Polish factory or something. No, live the dream we all want to live, right? uh, live the dream. Of investing in Eastern Poland, right? This is what happened to Poland because you didn't invest in it. What's this? Like, I can't believe we've all done this collectively to Poland. Like, why do we hate Poland like this? See, we even have, like, a nice Cthulhu child. We have that one. I don't know why we're bringing Wendy into this, but, there we go. I'd live in the former Soviet Union again. Yeah, assuming left wars. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live in Russia. I find... What are these memes? What are these memes? I need to make safe church is on. Why do I never have safe church available to me when I want to make sure safe church is on? Where do you want to move to, Baz? We have cooler places. What are these memes? Victoria 2. Why is Tupac here? I do think this is my favorite one of once you get to the extreme versions of the Eastern Poland meme. Is this really how we're ending the stream? My god. Okay. I'm going to go right into Young because I just thought Ron Paul was Albert Schwer for a second as TNO brain rotted me. I hope everybody has a wonderful morning, noon, or night, wherever the hell in this goddamn forsaken planet you are, and have a lovely fucking day. And enjoy, probably Kenshi is what I'm assuming Young is streaming. I'll actually take a look at that as I gander at the sander. Alright, bam. Underscore, underscore. But, we might be back tomorrow with, this, depending on what mood I'm in. But, yeah. Have a delightful day in 7 seconds when I can click the raid now button.